You're listening to CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living. To learn more about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, call toll-free 1-866-928-3310, and we'll send you out a no-obligation information kit absolutely free. 866-928-3310. The CFRN Emini Futures Cast is now on Stitcher. Listen to us on your iPhone, Android phones, BlackBerry, and WebOS phones. Stitcher is smart radio for your phone. Find it in your app store or at Stitcher.com. Stitcher Smart Radio, the smarter way to listen to radio.
Are you ready, Steve? Uh-huh. Andy? Yeah! Bert? Well, all right, fellas. Let's go!
You're listening to CFRN, the Christian Financial Radio Network.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Audible. Get a free audiobook download at www.audibletrial.com/CFRN. Over 85,000 titles. Choose from mystery, romance, religion, science, technology, business, New York Times bestsellers, even children's books. You name it, Audible has it. With 85,000 titles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect audiobook for yourself or to give as a gift, and it's absolutely free. Just point your browser to audibletrial.com/CFRN. That's audibletrial.com/CFRN. And become a part of the audiobook revolution by downloading your free audiobook today. audibletrial.com/CFRN.
Hey, trader, want to get rich quick? Well, good luck with that. If, on the other hand, you actually want to learn how to trade, the place to be is www.cfrn.net. Tune in Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern for our daily devotional, and then spend the next 3 hours learning how it's done from professional traders who actually trade for a living. That's www.cfrn.net. Every trading day from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome back to the CFRN Emini Futures Cast. This is the daily broadcast of Indeterminate Length, where we discuss all things Emini, along with some really big ideas on the finer points of trading gold, bonds, crude, sugar, the euro, and even T-bills. Joining us today from our studios in Boston, Mr. Michael Bork. From our trading desk in Chicago, Mr. Burton Schlichter. Now, to get things started, let's go to our host and founder in Studio A, overlooking South Mountain, America's largest city park. Here's Dwayne.
Here's Dwayne. Hey, good afternoon, and welcome back. Today is Monday, the 29th day of August, 2016. So glad to have you with us. I'm going to say all sorts of nice stuff. Happy Monday. Oh, my God, it's just oozing out of me. But first, Michael's going to pop in and do the recap of the live trading room because, once again, he's playing planes, trains, and automobiles. So, with no further ado, my friend, my co-host, my left and right arm, Mr. Michael B., bring it on down.
Thank you, my friend. We are on it. All right, I'll hit the record button. Here we go.
Do it. I'll hit mute, grab some coffee, be here when you're done.
Excellent. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today is Monday, the 29th day of August, 2016. Today in the live trading room, we had a really quiet day again. I was hoping for some good action after Friday, but, well, let's see. Friday we had 14 trades, today we had 8. So, Anyway, we lost 4 ticks in soybeans. We made 2 ticks in crude oil and 13 ticks in gold. Got to exactly $100 for today. It took us 66 minutes and 8 trades to get there. Okay, and we took a total of 8 trades today. So on the month now, we're at $5,153. That's over 21 trading days, averaging $245 per day. That's trading 1 contract 2 hours per day. 1 contract 2 hours per day. That's trading 1 contract 2 hours per day. If you were to apply an $8 commission to every trade we've taken, you'd have a net profit of $3,425. If you were to apply a $5 commission to every trade we've taken, you'd have a net profit of $4,073. Okay. On the year now, we're at $40,288. That's over 162 trading days, averaging $248 a day. $248 a day. Okay. Now, if you have not taken the free trial with us, just go here to the home page at CFRN.net. In the right-hand column where it says register for a free trial, put in your name, put in your email, click on register for a free trial. When you do that, you'll be sent a confirmation link. Okay, you must click that confirmation link. If you don't click the link, you don't get the free trial. It's as simple as that. All right. All right. We only traded in a few markets today. We didn't trade in the YM and we didn't trade in the euro. We'll take a quick look at them. But the market's really flattened out on us today. You can see in gold we started out, we had a break-even trade there. Then we had 2 ticks profit there. 2 more ticks profit there. Hang on. Yeah, and I'm missing a couple of trades in here. On the gold, we had 2 ticks profit there, 2 more ticks profit. And at 66 minutes is when we got the goal for the day, so that would be right in here somewhere. This is gold. This is gold. Yeah, and it's 66 minutes. We had a trade in here somewhere that we got long on. I think it was right here. We got long over here, and we ended up taking 6 ticks profit on this one. I believe it was there, and we took 6 ticks profit on that. But before that, there was another, there was 7 ticks profit there, sorry. There was one other one in here somewhere where we got 2 ticks profit.
Oh, I'm so safe.
Anyway, we had another trade in here where we got 2 ticks profit. And then that put us up to 13 ticks. We got 7 on that, put us up to 13 ticks. Okay, looks like I forgot to put the arrows on. But everybody in the live trading room watch me do it. That was gold today. On the YM, as I said, we didn't trade the YM at all. It was really flat. You can see right here, the first 5 minutes was really flat, then it gave a move up, then flattened out again, gave a move up. No trades on those moves, then it flattened out again. Then another one here at 10:45, but we weren't coming off higher swings, so we didn't have a trade in there. And then during the break, as I suspected, markets would probably loosen up a little bit during the break. On crude oil, oh, you know what? Huh. Yeah, okay. I wrote these things down in the wrong place here. All right, in crude, our first trade of the day, we got 2 ticks profit. Second trade of the day, we got 2 ticks profit, putting us at +4. Then this is where we got our 7 ticks, putting us at +9. Okay, I don't know why, but I was writing things down in the wrong section here.
Perfect.
We got 2 there and 2 there to put us at +4, and then we got 7. Sorry, not +9, +11.
No, get back down there.
So we got 11 there, and we had 6 on gold. I got to go back and fix the spreadsheet. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Okay, so during the break, we ended up with really nothing. On the soybeans, we stopped out on our first trade, -8 ticks, and then we made 4 ticks on our second trade. There was a third trade in here that we ended up missing. And during the break, there was nothing. Okay, on the euro, as I said, the euro was really flat this morning. And you see, hang on, it's loading up some data here for me. Here we go. So the euro was really flat in here, And
Give that next one, okay?
there was one possible long trade right here. And during the break,
Actually,
there was nothing there. And one right here, we would have a long trade right now on the euro. Okay. Alright, that was fast. Now I gotta go fix the spreadsheet because there's something messed up in there. I was marking crude where onto gold here. This adds 7 to make that 9, and this subtract 7 to make that 6. There. I believe that is how we ended the day. Alright, so once again, in soybeans we lost 4 ticks. In crude oil now we made 9 ticks. And in gold we made 6 ticks. So we were plus $100 exactly this morning. We took a total of 8 trades today, and it took us 66 minutes to get to the goal for the day. On the month now we're at $5,153. That's over 21 trading days, averaging $245 a day. If you were to apply an $8 commission to every trade we've taken, you'd have a net profit of $3,425. If you were to apply a $5 commission to every trade we've taken, you'd have a net profit of $4,073. On the year now, we are up. On the year now, we are up $40,288. That's over 162 trading days, averaging $248 per day. Okay. Now, if you have not taken a free trial with us, again, just go to the homepage here at CFRN.net, and in the right-hand column where it says register for a free trial, put in your name, put in your email, click on register for a free trial. When you do that, you will be sent a confirmation link. You must click the confirmation link. Okay, if you don't click that link, you will not get the free trial. All right, that's it. With that, I will stop the recording, and we can head back out to fabulous Phoenix, Arizona. Phoenix, if you're on the line.
Phoenix on the line. If you push the charts to me, I'll accept them.
Excellent. Pushing them over. There they go.
Okay. Let me accept them.
Okay.
And of course, hang on.
Okay.
You want to have a bad time?
Okay. I'm back on my chair.
Okay. That's good.
Letting the boys out there know that I'll be tied up for the next 2.5 hours. I won't be able to talk to them by phone. I have an internal email address now, so.
I can't turn it down on my
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Well, hopefully that's progress.
So your boy's getting a deep voice.
Yeah. Yeah. Puberty.
I don't have a smartphone. We can hear him real good. You already responded to the stupid phone? Okay.
And yeah, the smartphone. Smartphone email.
Supposed to increase our health too, you know.
All right, let me let you run, buddy.
Okay. He's good earbuds.
I'll talk to you when you touch down.
Okay, thanks.
All right, bye.
Talk to you later. Bye.
My symbol for crude is incorrect. GSLV6. Okay. Therese, thanks very much for your email. It's amazing that I saw it. What did I put in? I typed in GSLV6. I'm looking at my daily double number 1. GSLV6. Yeah. Yeah, the pound sign is just what's known as a hashtag. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to or not. I certainly appreciate you watching my back. Are we no longer in V for crude? Oh, I put GSLV. Oh, gosh. You are a sweetheart. Thank you so much. All right, I can fix that. How did I do that? I don't know. That's the worst thing I do all day. Man, well, I'll be in good shape. So, how y'all doing? How you doing? Happy Monday. I told you I'd say it when I came back. Man, look at this S&P rally. Rally on, rally on. Okay. These are some strange times we're living in. There's so much going on in so many different directions that I don't even know where to start. So I'll just start by saying happy Monday. I'm glad you're here. If you're returning, I want to welcome you back. And if you're here for the first time, I want to extend a very special welcome to you. We're so glad that you found us. We are now in our second decade of broadcast. Now, we do a lot around here every day from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. We do a live trading room. We sometimes try to take a 30-minute break, but that usually gets filled up with phone calls and returning emails, and before you know it, bang, it's time to start the show. So if you would be so kind as to pencil us into your day planner from now till the end of time, from 12 to 2 p.m., Monday through Friday, every trading day, we would appreciate that very much. Now, we won't be here next Monday because it's Labor Day. I'm always amazed at how we celebrate Labor Day by not working. Yeah, I get it. It's not lost on me. So anyway, there won't be a live trading room. There won't be a radio show. I will wander around. I will shuffle around with tousled hair in my bathrobe all day, watching the Law and Order marathon as I do every Labor Day, feeling a little bit lost because you guys aren't here and I'm not there. You know, the fact that you invite us into your home, into your life, into your office, into your space every day for 11 years now. Man, I take that as no small thing. God has really blessed us in so many ways. And I'm sure before the show's out, I'll tell you some special way that he has blessed me and my family in the last 24 hours. And you feel free to share any experience that you've had. Now, if you're brand new to the show, you might not know how to see the live charts. Go to our homepage at CFRN.net. That's possibly where you're listening to the audio stream right now. If you're driving, you might be using a third-party app like TuneIn Radio. There's several of them that carry our feed. Now, on the right-hand side of the page, you're going to find a big microphone. Click that, and on the next page, it says Watch Live Now. Click that. Take 30 seconds and fill out the registration form, and you'll be transported to the webinar in progress. Okay? Our audio stream continues to go out across our audio servers 24/7. So it's only during the live radio show that we use the GoToWebinar format so that you can actually see our charts. Okay? But 22 hours a day, if you need some spiritual encouragement, if you need some uplifting, if you just need a word, go to CFRN.net, and on the right-hand side of the page, click Listen Live Now. Up pops a player box. Put your earbuds in, your headphones on, turn up your speakers, however you roll, and you'll hear some of the best contemporary preaching and teaching that I can find. We're talking Matt Chandler, Mark Driscoll, Andy Stanley. The list goes on. If you've got a favorite that I've missed that is not in our playlist, get a hold of me. Let me know. I'll get in touch with them, and I'll see what they want to share with us. Okay? All right. Let's take a look at the numbers. That's kind of how we start the show out on a normal day, by just taking a look around the world at all the cash markets. This is a show about Emini Futures and all things futures, but when you drive down the road and listen to terrestrial radio or turn on the old boob tube, God, that was probably racist, the television, not racist, sexual harassment, I don't know. Anyway, my point is this. They're giving you the cash numbers. When they say the S&P was up 5 points today and the Dow was up 50 points, those are not the Emini Futures, which is the instrument we trade, which is what I have up on the screen. No, no, no. Those numbers are the cash numbers. So I start the show out with the cash numbers. Now, those of you that I just told how to get to the charts, click the microphone, watch live now, fill out the registration. September 1st, you got to do it all over again. The good news is if you do it on September 1st, then you'll only have to do it once the entire month of September. Every day you'll get an email 1 hour before the show that says the show starts at noon. Whenever you're ready to join, click here, and you'll be able to join the show with one-click access. Of course, if I haven't fired it up yet, it'll give you some kind of message like we're still waiting for the organizer to arrive. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm running late, although some days I am. It simply means that I haven't opened up the show yet. Okay? All right. So I'm glad we got that out of the way. Herbalife releases new videos. Takes on Bill Ackman. Herbalife's up $1.37 today. Man, Bill's got to be feeling the pain. But I'll see how this all shakes out. He's not backing down. He says he's still taking them to zero. So far, he ain't had much luck doing that. I'll get the chat box open in a minute so I can field all your questions. Let me run through the numbers. And, oh, I wanted to say to the new people who I told you how to get to the charts, you've also got access to a chat box, okay? The only person that can see what you type is myself. If Michael's here, he can see it. If Mr. B's here, he can see it. Other than that, you have complete anonymity. And I'll never say anything to embarrass you, certainly not intentionally. I'll respect your anonymity, but I will try to answer your question, whatever it might be, okay? Now, sometimes, depending upon the topic that we touch on, comments, quips, quotes, etc. start to come in pretty fast, and they roll up out of view. So if I don't comment on what you've put in the chat box within, I don't know, 5 minutes, copy and paste it back into the box. The box has a way of telling me, look, this is the second time this person has asked this question, and even the third time. So I always try to catch the questions as they come through, and then I scroll back up to make sure I didn't miss any, but invariably I miss some, but never intentionally, okay? S&P 500 is currently up 12 points on the day. Dow Jones Industrials are up 125 points. The NASDAQ is up 22 points, and the Russell 2000 is up 8 points. Turning to our commodity basket, crude oil is down 84 cents, and gold is up $1.50. Got an article on gold for you here in just a moment. Turning to the Asian markets, the Nikkei closed up 376 points. Now that's a mover and a shaker. It's up over 2%. Shanghai closed flat, and the Hang Seng down 88 points. And in Europe, We're mixed there as well. The DAX down 43 points. The FTSE up 21 points. And the CAC down 17 points. Typically, I won't go into the percentages unless it's a move greater than 0.5% in either direction. So we had no movers or shakers in the European markets. Asia, we did have a big move in the Nikkei. I'd like to know the news behind that. Up almost 2.5%. We'll call it 2.25%. And here in the homeland, the Dow is up more than 0.5%, 0.68. The S&P is up 0.58, and the Russell 2000 is up 0.65%. So there you have it. Those are the numbers from around the world. Let's take a quick look at some of the headlines that are moving things today. I said I had an article on gold for you. Gold may be worth more than what traders have decided is the spot price. There's a correlation between gold price changes and the rate at which central banks bought assets to expand their balance sheets, according to Deutsche Bank's Michael Schuh and Grant Spohr. And the pace of balance sheet expansion by 300% since 2005, according to the analysts, indicates that gold could be worth more. They wrote in a note on Friday, "Let us be clear. We are not saying that gold will trade up to US $1,700 per ounce in the near term. But when viewed against the aggregated balance sheet of the big four global central banks, the Fed, the ECB, the Bank of Japan, and the People's Bank of China, the argument can be made if we view gold as a currency, the metal is worth closer to US $1,700 per ounce versus the current spot price of US $1,326 per ounce, 1,326. To be sure, this isn't an argument for gold as a currency, and there are arguments against that notion. For one, gold isn't legal tender that's widely paid or received in exchange for goods or services, partly because it's not easy to print or transport as paper cash. But the argument that Schuh and Spohr make is that gold price percentage changes have historically moved in tandem with the rate of central bank balance sheet expansions, but gold is not keeping up right now. Some say there's a war on gold. Now, this note is not coming from some gold bug website. This note is coming from Deutsche Bank. Over the same period, 2005 till now, as the aggregate central bank balance sheet expanded by 300%, global above-ground stocks grew by 19% in tonnage terms, or C 200% in value terms, if we were to assume that the value of gold should appreciate to keep the overall value of the big four aggregate balance sheet equivalent to that of the value of the above ground gold stocks, then gold should be trading closer to US $1,700 an ounce. There were only two times in the past decade when this relationship broke down. The first was during the Great Recession, when central banks sold their gold reserves to meet liquidity requirements. The other time was in 2013 when the Federal Reserve signaled that it was winding down its massive quantitative easing program involving asset purchases. As long as the central bank's balance sheets continue to expand, the gold price should maintain some momentum, they wrote. The The rate of gold appreciation is, however, likely to slow given that the momentum so far this year has outpaced that of the central bank expansion. So, although they think it should be at a higher price, maybe for the moment it's gotten a little bit ahead of itself. Now, I wrote an article, not really an article, a paragraph, more, a couple paragraphs on the blog, which, courtesy of the internet, I could show you, and I will. I wasn't just teasing or anything. Let me show you. Take me a second to find it, and I want you to really think about this, okay? And you tell me if it makes sense. I'm going to get the chat box open in a minute. I mean, you guys can post, but I'll get in there and start reading stuff, see if there's anything that needs to be answered. Now, for those who are new, watch what I type in, CFRN. Scratch that. It itches. Emini.cfrn.net. See how that's perfectly legible? You can remember it. You could even write it down if you want to, because you might forget like I do. Emini.cfrn.net. When you hit enter, Google is going to turn it into a string of spaghetti that nobody can remember, which is why I went to the trouble of doing that. This is the largest E-mini community on the internet, and I am, let me apologize to all of you who are waiting for approval to become a member. I know some of you have been waiting a while. I try to go through as many names as I can when I have time. I have to manually approve people, and it's a process, okay? I'm going to dedicate some time today to the process, and let's leave it at that. We have currently a free trial for the Daily Double. You can click here and read more about that. We have a free trial for a live trading room. You can click there and read more about that. Our one trade a day, and our Concierge Trade Alerts. Everything comes with a free trial except the Concierge Trade Alerts that cost you $1, $1. If that chaps your hide, I personally will send you a crisp $1 bill, uncirculated, in non-consecutive numbers, because it's only $1. I'll send it to you. I will, because I just will. I'm that kind of guy. It's $1, okay? I put a lot of time and effort. That is our premier product. Well, no, let me take that back. The most valuable thing that we can do is teach you how to trade. Because if we teach you how to trade, you no longer need gurus, crystal balls, gadgets, gizmos, magical indicators, mystical oscillators, none of that. Now, when you enter our mentoring program, which is a full 90-day program, okay, you get to spend, before you spend a dime, you get to, not even $1, you get to spend 5 days in the live trading room. You get to watch Michael trade multiple markets, don't let that scare you, at the same time. Each market, we use the same indicators, the same strategy, the same time frame, the same everything. If you download our spreadsheet from the home page where it says see live trading results, every one of those trades taken in the live trading room for the last 3.5 years and even longer were done with one trade. I don't care if it was the S&P or the Dow or the Russell or the NASDAQ, gold, crude, soybeans, whatever trade it was, we used the same indicators, the same time frame, the same strategy. Now, some learned individuals are shaking their head going, no, can't do that, pal. They got different personalities. They have to be treated differently. Well, we're not looking to marry them, okay? Each position will be held until we reach our daily goal and or the market pulls back and stops us out with profit, or on some occasions with a loss. We never risk more than 8 ticks on a trade. Not crude, not gold, not the Dow, not nothing, not no way, not no how. We only risk 8 ticks per trade. Bonds, we only risk 4 ticks per trade. Why? Because bonds pay 31.25 per tick. And so if you're looking to pick up 4 ticks, of course, you're not going to risk more than 4 ticks. To do so would be bad science. I caution you again, there are people on the internet who have carefully crafted pitches designed to convince you that you can risk 10 points to make 5 and do real fine. And yes, there's a chance that you could go through a period of days where you in fact do real fine. The problem is when you hit that rough patch, which could last 3 to 5 to 7 to even 10 days, that strategy will come back and eat your lunch. Okay? It's bad math, bad science. I don't need to say any more. We never ever risk more on a trade than we hope to gain from the trade if it's profitable. Okay? Now, when you take the free trial in our live trading room, we do limit you to 1 every 6 months. You also get to use our indicators. Our indicators will work on the Ninja platform. They'll also work on any platform. If you have a broker who clears through Gain Capital, they have what's called a white label. I hate the word generic, but white label platform. You see, the platform I'm using up in the corner, it says DT. That stands for Daniels Trading. They clear through Gain Capital. Many brokers clear through Gain Capital. Your broker might clear through Gain and you don't even know it because they've got you segregated over with R.J. O'Brien. So take a look at your broker and give him a call and ask him, hey, do you clear through Gain? And if he says yes, then that means he has a platform just like the one I use, just like the one Michael uses, and we will, when you take the trial, send you an email filled with instructions on how to turn the indicators on, okay? If you already have the Ninja Trader platform, once you receive your welcome email, you'll be instructed to send us your machine ID. You have to go through the whole process. You can't just send the machine ID. You got to get signed up. We'll send you, or we won't send you, but you'll send me your machine ID and I'll turn your indicators on for the next 5 trading days. So we do not sell you a pig in a poke. We actually let you poke the pig first. You get to spend 5 days watching us trade and then practicing the strategy on our platform, your platform, with our indicator set, so that by the end of the week, you don't have to just go, wow, that guy did really good. Wow, that guy's an awesome trader. You can, in your heart, know that this is something so simple that you can learn it. Now, I don't mean to offend anybody by saying you need something simple, but I needed something simple. I was the most mediocre trader in the world, and I am not a man of higher learning, although the School of Life's taught me a whole heck of a lot. But Michael and I spent years coding and building and Oh my goodness, we had a lot of stuff on our screen. Today we have 2 indicators, one up top, one down bottom. Now to some people it looks like a bunch of different indicators, but once you understand the concept, you'll realize it's only 2. During those 5 days, we'll teach you how to read them and how to use them. At the end of 5 days, either you want to become a partner and spend the next 90 days with us, or you don't and you give us back our indicators and we part friends, hoping that you'll always come and hang out in the radio audience with us. All right, we try to make it as fair and equitable as we can. So every product comes with a trial. There's the 1 trade a day, the Concierge Trade Alerts. Now this is a product that we put through a 3-year public beta test before we released it to the public. I'll be doing a recap in just a few moments of last night's Concierge Trade Alerts. These are alerts that could actually be in your inbox tonight for $1. That's true. And then you'll have a full week to evaluate and decide if this is the product for you. I send you 8 trades, 8 markets every night. I give you 2 trades per market. And because of the way I select the trigger points for the trade, you're going to see as I go through the recap today that quite often the trades will repeat themselves. In other words, important prices and important areas are almost always tested. I'll show you living examples of that today, unless the markets have done something unusual that they haven't done in years. Okay, let's wrap that commercial up and get on to what I really want to talk to you about, and that's what I wrote the other night about gold and silver. Oh, reminder, our Monday co-host, Dane Wiggington, will be joining us today, but he probably won't unless I send him, let me swing my mic over here, unless I send him an email that has the proper link for today. So I do hope you'll bear with me one moment. We don't want to be without our co-host. He comes and informs us each and every week. He brings new stuff, new information. He does, Wayne Jett does. Nope, you didn't lose me. I was trying to type in my password. Okay. And it's loading the wrong account. That's okay. It'll get me there. Let me just go ahead and get ready to send him a invitation. I'm truly hoping that this week we won't run into the problem we had last week where he was unable to connect with us in the manner that we had hoped. So just give me one more quick skinny little minute. What? Okay, it's sure taking a while. There we go. Okay. I got to tell you, this HP One Touch, which I thought would be really sort of clever for the radio server monitor, not so clever. Come on, compose. Can a brother get it composed? Why does that little thing keep going round, down, round? Does that disturb you? Oh, it's Looks like it's going to allow me to send a message. Thank you, Lord. And that reminds me, we'll get to our good word for the day here shortly. Now it wants to let me send 2 messages. I'll show off. I only want to send 1. Okay. Come on. Mm-hmm. You can tell this is live radio. There's no careful scripting here. I have to work as my own sound engineer, among other things. I'm not complaining. I'm just happy to have a job, even if I had to create it myself. God, that was so much fun. And it still is. All right, you've been most kind. I'm now hitting send. Our co-host has his official invitation. I'm going to get him on the co-host list next month, so I won't have to deal with that. Feel free to say, Dwayne, that's just TMI. My kids taught me that, and apparently I'm full of too much TMI. Okay, moving on down. Now remember, we were just talking about gold. You remember? Okay. I'm going to find this article. I'm going to be pretty embarrassed if I don't. Pretty sure this is where I wrote it. Okay. All right. 6 days ago on Globex, I said tonight on Globex, silver's trading at 1903, gold is trading at 1341.50. If silver doubled, it would be at 38. If gold doubled, it would be at 26.83. Now, I'll tell you a little something about markets that will serve you well all your life. A market is more comfortable trading at a price where it has been before than it is trading at a price it has never been before. That's old territory. This is new territory. So imagine, if you will, that you had $10,000 to invest, or perhaps you had $100,000 to invest. You could put it in silver, you could put it in gold. If whatever metal you put it in doubles, you'll have $20,000. Well, wait, gold costs more. It doesn't matter. If you invest $10,000 in silver and it doubles, you'll have 20 grand. If you invest $10,000 in gold, real gold, physical gold, the kind of gold that you can hold in your hand, not that paper garbage, you'll have $20,000 if it doubles. Okay, the question is, riddle me this, is it easier for something, anything, to go from $19 to $38 or $1,300 to $2,600? As you read the article below, when you read gold and stock market, think silver. Which price do you think will double first? If you have comments, please use the comment section on the blog to share your thoughts, and I will share them on live radio. There's an article here that I posted for you. This could drive gold and the stock market to new all-time highs. Okay, she certainly seems to be climbing a wall of worry today. Now, these are last week's weekly trading zones. But some amazing things happened last week at the weekly trading zones. Like we ran up, now I don't know, let's see, the 26th would have been Friday, so we ran up, tagged the 85-86 zone, and then sold off like a madman and ended up down here. Now, I'm going to make this go away because it clutters up the screen, but I really want you to focus on this. You'll remember on Friday, on this candle, I said, if we reach the zone overhead, consider selling 2167 on a stop. Price did rally up, and it came within one tick of touching 27. And so this trade, which I gave you the first target, the second target, the third target, the stop loss, I gave it all to you, but for lack of one tick. Now I know some of you took the trade anyway and you did well, and I'm happy for you. But I just wanted to point out that we do use a rules-based method for trading, and I'm not going to say that I never make a gut trade or that I never make a discretionary trade, but everything we teach is rules-based. Once you learn the rules, then you can go make your own rules, and that becomes your discretionary or gut method of trading. Without rules, there is chaos and anarchy in the streets. Don't let it happen in your account. So, if it had gone one tick higher and touched 69, would we have hit the first target? 2162? Yes. Would we have hit the second target, 2158? Yes. Would we have hit the third and final target, 2154? That's a no. Okay? But because we have our indicators here, which we could lay on top of this chart. Now, this isn't the same time frame we use in the live trading room. This is a little bit different animal. You'll notice the step line crossed the MA1, and that's your signal to get out. Okay, that took back most of the trade, but remember, you had already hit your second target at 2158. Now 58 is right here, and so the third target is usually an extreme hope, maybe. Could happen, does happen from time to time, but the ability to lock in from 2170, had it touched it, down to 2158, that would be a 12-point S&P trade. So as someone emailed me, Dwayne, that was a fantastic fail you published on the radio show live as we were watching you. And to the person who said that, I want to do something a little special, because when people do things like that, it touches me in a certain place. And so to you, my friend, okay, now the zones did other wonderful things throughout the week. On the S&P, on the Dow, on crude oil, on the Russell, we had a gay old time. Now, this was, if I'm not mistaken, something important happened on that day, but look how price came, it spiked down. When price hits a weekly trading zone, it'll do one of three things. It will consolidate, it will be rejected, or it will act like a hot knife through butter, which means on a larger time frame, 30 minutes or an hour, it will slice through it if it's not even there. Typically what happens is price then returns to that zone, consolidates for a bit, and then continues in the direction of the slice. Okay? So here you have rejection. It's like price came down, touched a hot stove, and ran the other way. Okay? This is consolidation. This is consolidation. Our partners have the zones every Monday morning at 6:15 a.m. This was the Sunday night Globex Open, not last night, but a week ago. Okay? And so this zone became a center of gravity. That will sometimes happen where price will oscillate below it and above it and below it and above it. But as you can see on the run up, it came within just a few ticks of touching the zone. And from 72 to 85, that's a 13-point move. This one only made it about 12. Okay. Consolidation, consolidation, zone to zone. What happens when we hit the zone? Consolidation. Market tries to put a move on higher. It goes right up to the next zone, does a little consolidation, comes right back down to the zone. Now this zone goes from 2186 to 2191. So that's 5 points up and 5 points down. These are 30-minute candles. So an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. In 5 hours, we had 5 points up and 5 points down. Some of our partners tell me that they simply trade the zones, zone to zone to zone. Why? Because that's typically what price does. It will find a zone, consolidate for a period of time. Traders all around the world are making up their mind if they want to bid it higher or take it down. Okay? And as a partner, I teach you the signs to look for that they're taking it down. Okay? Twin Tower at an important level, they're taking it down. Okay? And where do we end up? Bang. Right at the weekly zone. Right at the weekly zone. Look at all this consolidation. We made a run for the zone overhead. Zones are an area, although they print an exact number on the chart, much like Fibonacci. Fibonacci is a area. A 38, 50, 62% retracement is an area. It's not going to go to the decimal point every time. Sometimes we get spoiled with stuff like this where it literally does go just right to the number, right to the point, and then does its thing. Now, look at this candle here. This was on Friday. This was Janet Yellen at 10 a.m. We opened the candle here. It ran down to this zone, and then she started saying stuff people liked, and it ran and sliced like a hot knife through butter. That zone, topped out at that zone, opened in this zone, and hot knifed it right back down through it. That, I can't tell you how unusual that is, to have 2 back-to-back slices. However, the Fed, Janet Yellen, the most powerful woman on planet Earth, she doesn't have as much money as the Queen of England or Oprah, but she controls more money than both of them put together, because she has the power to flip the switch on the Fed's printing press. Now, let me take a quick peek at last week's numbers. I want to see what the lowest weekly number was last week. We had another number below here at 52.53. This was just an overshoot. Once people figured out that what she said really wasn't so pretty after all, they sold off heavy and there was some momentum. And that's where I gave you that trade on Friday that we failed to capitalize on because we did not go one tick higher. So since we missed this one and it could have been awesome, am I going to change the way I factor and figure? No. I'll just keep plodding along like an old mule, which I've been called more than a time or two. No, I really haven't. Now, these are last week's zones, but look at how price is respecting last week's zones this week. From zone consolidation to zone consolidation. This move went from 70 to 79. That's a 9-point move in the S&P 500. That's a nice move. Zones have a carryover effect. So each week, guys, I know that when the new zones come in, you immediately put them on your chart. That's good. But what I recommend you do is either color code last week's zones or write them down on a piece of paper, because the carryover effect will last sometimes all the way up as far as Wednesday before the new set of zones really comes in and starts to manhandle the market. Okay? And then sometimes they'll play off of each other. It'll go from an old zone to a new zone, back to an old zone, back to a new zone kind of thing. If you Google CFRN weekly trading zones, you'll get a full Google page of different little articles I've written over the years. We've been publishing the zones since December 14th of 2009. After you read the articles, if you choose to do so, at the top of the page there is a link, images. Click that and you'll see some of our charts going all the way back to 2009. All right? Now, the zones, there's only one way to get the zones. Only one way in the world to get the zones, and that is by becoming a CFRN partner. It's not part of the package we sell you. It is, in fact, a gift from Michael and I to you each morning for choosing us to be your mentors. There's so many companies out there to choose from. Some good, some I hear not so good. I'm not here to judge. My butt's not big enough for the judgment seat. I know that I can speak for our own company, and if you sign up for our mentoring program, you will not be disappointed, because you will have unlimited access to both Michael and myself. We're not going to just hand you some indicators, shake your hand, and wish you the best of luck. We're going to train you 2 hours a day, 5 days a week in live markets for 3 months. At the end of 3 months, if you have separation anxiety and you're not quite ready to leave the fold, for a minimum monthly fee, you can stay connected at the hip for as long as you want. We have some partners who have been with us since day one. Okay? So it's entirely up to you. However, the indicator set, which you haven't seen yet on my screens, but you saw them on Michael's screens, the indicator set is yours to keep for life. Okay? So I've told you a little bit about gold. I've told you a little bit about the weekly trading zones. Now, let me tell you a little bit about last night's Concierge Trade Alert on the S&P 500. Then we'll go to our good word for the day. Then I've got another news headline for you, and then we'll recap the rest of the alerts from last night. Again, yes.
Hi, it's Bert.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good. I got Dane on my line.
Awesome. We've been.
Okay, so I'm going to dispatch him through, but I didn't,
Yes, sir. Patch him right on in.
Okay, bud.
Dane, welcome to the show. Dane, are you there?
Hear you loud and clear.
Okay, you sound like a rock star, man. Hey, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your continued efforts to sound the alarm.
Hey, I've got, I don't know if you're logged in, but I'm bringing up on the screen right now for the listeners who are logged in, geoengineeringwatch.org, O-R-G, and this is where Dane has really poured out his life like a drink offering to try and sound the alarm and warn anyone who will listen that there are forces at work that don't have our best interests at heart. Imagine that. So Dane, I welcome you to the show, and if you could bring us up to speed on what's happened in this space since we last spoke.
Well, as I've stated many, many times in the lead up to this over merely the last 15 years, but we're right at the apex now of converging catastrophes, and that is unfolding. And as the biosphere implodes again, and we can go over those specific points that have happened even last week. We have, for example, the Arctic ice is right now in almost a straight down trajectory into uncharted territory, and the ramifications from that are huge. Power structures knows they can't hide that. They can't hide other unfolding biosphere cataclysms that affect crop production, fisheries, everything that we rely on to survive. As they know they can't hide this, they'll become ever more desperate, and they are. So we see tanks amassing, being shipped to borders. I don't know if you're following what's happening in multiple European countries right now, Dwayne, but they're being told, Finland, Germany,
the 10-day supply.
Yes, and Finland was the latest to just be added, I think, yesterday. Did you catch that?
No. In fact, I was not even aware of this until Wayne Jett was on our show Wednesday. Now, Wayne is the one who originally invited you to come be a guest on the show, right?
Correct.
So you're familiar with his book. Okay, all right, Fruits of Graph, yeah. He brought to our attention, he's my Wednesday co-host, and he brought to the attention of the audience, Germans told to stockpile food and water for civil defense. Citizens are advised to store enough food to last them 10 days because initially a disaster might pull national emergency services beyond reach. 5 days water, 2 liters, half a gallon per person daily is advised. Now, that's out of a 69-page document called the German Interior Ministry document. So please bring us up to speed. I don't know, but I have not heard about these new countries being added to this.
Well, you just see a cascading effect that's going on. Tanks are being moved, several trainloads of tanks, U.S. tanks being seen shipped to unknown locations out of Germany, and we just see what appears to be the U.S. pushing, prodding, and propelling us toward global conflict. And this is the case in the Asian countries as well. And Americans should consider, again, this is not about being in any way pro-Russia or pro-China, which I'm of course not, but it does mean who is the instigator in this case, and there's no question it's the U.S. of A. So if Americans should consider what would we do if China was doing military training in Cuba or in Tijuana, something like that. and clearly we wouldn't stand for this. You remember the U.S. soldiers that got caught off Iran in the rafts?
Oh, and yes, and
recently?
were completely embarrassed and humiliated for absolutely no reason. I remember that, yeah, too well.
Well, but let's consider on that, though. What would happen if the U.S. caught Iranian soldiers, say at Catalina? What would have happened? Would they have just been let go after less than 24 hours? So the media hyped this up in a certain way, but I would argue again that, you know, we need to look through a clear lens. We're responsible to look through a clear lens. And I know some of these truths aren't what we would want to believe as Americans, but the fact is we're responsible to examine the truth. And I would quote a little Mark Twain here, Dwayne, when Twain said, in the beginning of change, the patriot is brave and scarce, hated and scorned, but in the end, when his cause succeeds, the timid join him, for then it costs nothing to be a patriot. So what does it mean to be a patriot? It means that you tell it like it is. And a lot of Americans are simply not willing to do that yet, and we need to do that. If we really claim to hold the values that we state we hold, we need to look at the world through a clear lens. And the bottom line is, I think we all know that if Iranian soldiers were caught, say, off Catalina or you know, in the Florida Keys or something near there, they would not be let go in 24 hours.
Well,
So,
you know, Dane, let me ask you a question. I was in the U.S. Navy as a young man. I graduated high school at 16. I wanted to leave home, but my mother said, no, not until you're 18. And so I found out I could get out of town by joining the military. So I went down and took the ASVAB, got a nice score, and they said, whatever you want, wherever you want to go. I said, just get me as far away from here as I can. Long story short, I went to Connecticut, then I went to San Diego before I saw the world. And I mean, I saw it. But when I was in San Diego at A school, learning to be a sonar tech, half of our class was filled with Iranian sailors. Now, when did this breakup? I mean, I had a top secret security clearance. They sent the FBI to my hometown while I was in boot camp. They talked to my mother. They talked to my school teachers, my employers, the parents of the girl I used to date. I mean, they really checked me out, and I came up okay, and I got a top secret security clearance. But if I'm in a class where top secret information is being taught, and these Iranian sailors who really kept to themselves, they never mixed and mingled with the rest of us. How did that happen? And then what happened to cause the great breakup where certainly they wouldn't be welcomed in that same classroom today?
well, I think we need to look at who's demonized and why they're demonized. We all know Saddam Hussein was in good favor with the U.S. We have the famous photograph of Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands with Saddam. Mm-hmm. Saddam was armed with weapons, chemical weapons from the U.S., which he used to kill innocent populations. Why was he suddenly demonized? And not that he shouldn't be demonized, but why did that occur? Because Saddam was going to disconnect from the dollar. He was going to start trading oil and currency other than dollars. Mm-hmm. And the empire couldn't allow that, because unless the dollar is the global reserve currency in the petro denomination, what is required to be used for trading oil, then they can't print whatever they want, and that's what keeps the empire afloat. So the same thing happened with Gaddafi. Same thing happened with Iran. Iran wanted to set up their oil trading and currency other than dollars, and that simply couldn't be allowed. So, you know, Americans need to learn what's going on and to look past the corporate media at this point, Dwayne, is nothing more than a weapon of mass deception. That's all it is. And for those who buy that, who look at that and hear what they want to hear, you know, because corporate media tells them what they want to tell, that we're all right and they're all wrong, and that's simply not reality. So, you know, it's incumbent on all of us to really dig deep and look at facts and not ideology. And unfortunately, a lot of Americans, not just Americans, but people in other countries are doing the same, you know. And I'm not saying that the Chinese population doesn't do this or that the Russian population doesn't do this, but it's up to us to try to look for reality and not just look for headlines that reinforce our ideology, because that's not going to help us avoid World War III, and that's exactly where we're headed, at light speed. And that's no joke.
Now, when you say that American tanks are rolling out of Germany to points, headed for points unknown. Are these U.S. tanks manned by U.S. soldiers, or are the U.S. tanks manned by German soldiers?
Well, at this point we can speculate on that.
Okay.
But these are not being moved under NATO premises that we know of. So we would assume this is the U.S. Army maneuvering. And we know about all the various war games that are occurring right on the borders of, for example, of China and Russia. And I just would ask Americans to consider how we would feel if those kind of activities were occurring across the border in Tijuana or Mexicali, or for those who aren't familiar with that, there's just another border town in California here, or right across the border in Canada. And we should consider that, and that there's much more to this scenario than what people want to understand. And believe me, I know how bad the Soviet Union was. My wife's from Lithuania. She was there when the curtain came down. She lived under Soviet occupation, and they thought it would never change. What's interesting about that is when the Lithuanians stood up to the former Soviet Union, and she was there in the square where the tanks were rolled over, some of the protesters and so forth. The U.S. was way down the list of countries to acknowledge that independence, way, way down. In World War II, the Baltic countries were told by the U.S. that they would be saved from the Soviet occupation, and they weren't. There was just a lot of negotiating that went on. You know about Project Paperclip, I'm sure, Dwayne, right?
Well, I'm going to be, I made a vow to my audience when I first broke the airwaves in April of 2005. I said, you may not always like what I say, but I'll always tell you the truth. And so the truth is, I don't know about Operation Paperclip.
Paperclip, and I would encourage your readers to look at that, and I salute your courage, because it takes a lot of courage to try to say what is, and encourage people to look it up. And I would not want anyone to ever believe me or what I say, and I would want them to investigate it, to verify
Absolutely.
it.
I tell my people, drag it out into the light of day. And just because I say it, I'm just some guy with a microphone. If I say something and it seems important to you, then you do some research. You do your own due diligence. You drag it out in the light of day and find out if what I'm saying is true or not. And if you find evidence that I've said something that maybe isn't quite true, I highly encourage you to come back to the show the next day and say, hey, Dwayne, I did some research and I found this. Now, we all know that just because we find it on the internet, or just because they say it on TV, I'm still trying to get this through to my kids, that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. But, I mean, we've had no better investigative tool in the history of man than the internet. So, good and bad,
that's very true.
It's all there. So I'm in the process of Googling Operation.
This is an operation where, now again, on the internet, your comment on the internet is exactly right. So when people claim, as they've been programmed to claim, oh, you saw that on the internet, as if that invalidates everything. The internet is the tool by which you can most closely get to the frontline information, period. And yes, you have to sift the baby from the bathwater, but we all need to be able to do that, because otherwise the implication is that, well, we can believe everything we see on mainstream media, but we can't believe the internet, which couldn't be further from the truth, because on the internet you can get right at the frontline study, frontline data, frontline research, period. And it's up to the individual to understand what's legitimate and what's not. Operation Paperclip was the United States Office of Strategic Services program, the OSS, which about 1,500 German scientists were brought here. I mean, these were war criminals, in many cases war criminals. And they were given complete immunity so long as they went back to work for the United States. So the biological testing, a lot of other issues went right along, never stopped. And it's just imperative that people understand that those truly behind the military curtain, I'm not saying there's not a lot of good people in the military like you and many, many others, but we need those military brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, to wake up to the fact that they are being used for very, very nefarious purposes. And the climate engineering nightmare is one of those purposes. Climate engineering is not about the common good. It's not benevolent. It's completely malevolent in nature. It's about power and control. And again, it's the most blatant, egregious assault against creation and the web of life ever launched by the human race, period. Now, nuclear cataclysm would exceed that, of course, if that happens, but at this moment, mathematically speaking, you know, this is the kind of thing we're talking about, and this is part of what the Soviet scientists were used for as well. I mean, the military-industrial complex is a cancer, as Eisenhower stated, and that cancer has been completely out of control for many, many decades, and it will consume us all. It will eliminate life on this planet if it's allowed to continue, and this comes down to the American population showing some responsibility, turning off their iPhones, putting the golf game on hold, the football game, or whatever else they spend their time on, and realizing that they have a responsibility to the greater good. It's an obligation, period.
Now, I did find Operation Paperclip. It was the code name under which the U.S. intelligence and military services extricated scientists from Germany during and after the final stages of World War II. Project was originally called Operation Overcast, sometimes known as Project Paperclip. Of particular interest for scientists specializing in aerodynamics and rocketry, such as those involved in the V-1 and V-2, chemical weapons, chemical reaction technology, and medicine. Now, during the time that Adolf Hitler was in charge, there was some pretty heinous experiments done on, well, we call them human beings, but the Nazis didn't. And are we talking about some of those same kinds of scientists who were conducting those types of experiments? Were they being brought here? And did that type of testing continue under our watch, on our watch?
Absolutely. It's historical fact. And I would encourage your listeners, and again, it's hard to look right at this kind of data because it challenges everything that we've been trained to believe and accept. But if we don't look at this head on, why are we here? Why are we here if not to face the truth completely? You can't face the truth halfway either, Dwayne, by the way. That's like saying, well, you know, a ship that's mostly watertight will float. It won't float. It sinks. If you have a hole in the boat, it sinks. And so you can't look at the truth halfway. You have to look all the way. So if people would search U.S. military biological testing on U.S. citizens, they'll find dozens of historically documented examples, and I'm not just talking about Tuskegee, of biological testing on U.S. citizens without their knowledge or consent, and this has been business as usual. So we're talking, you know, leading back to Project Paperclip and others, and some of those others that were given immunity also even includes some very horrible war criminals from Japan as well that were given the same sort of immunity that the German scientists were given. That's a historical fact as well. But if your listeners simply search U.S. biological testing on U.S. citizens, they'll find data that they would rather not find. And to carry this even further, have you ever heard of the School of the Americas? Most people haven't, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's not familiar. No. So this is a school, you know about all the atrocities in Central America, the various death squads and so forth.
Sure, yeah.
And the School of the Americas was a school that trained Central American soldiers to run those death squads. And that school, there was huge
conducted this training?
Well, the school was run by the U.S. military, so the purpose for the school, and again, I'm not faulting our military brothers and sisters, and there's many, many great people in our military, but
they were following orders.
Correct.
I mean, you either follow, when you're in the military, folks, you either follow orders or you get court-martialed. Plain and simple.
But at some point, though, that if that's what it takes, that's what's going to have to happen, because otherwise.
Now, I agree. I went through more than one or two court-martials, but it wasn't because I was standing up for something that was right. It was because I did something that was wrong, which was not returned at the appropriate time because I was having too much fun. It's wrong to send a man out to sea for 90 days and then bring him into port for 3 days and expect him to behave and come back on time, but I digress. When it comes to standing up for what you believe in, for what's right, for what is maybe not politically correct, but humanely correct, I agree with you 100%. We do need those military men and women standing up. I have a nephew now, actually my godson, who's flying for the U.S. Air Force. I can't wait till he comes home for Christmas so I can have this discussion with him if he will have it with me. Often when I've tried to talk to him about things he's doing in the military, Uncle D, I really can't talk about that. So I'm going to try to break that barrier. I'm going to see if I can try to get through and actually, because I know he has respect for me and he's trying to, in fact, I made a, comment that was not exactly flattering to our president, and he said, Uncle D, I'm sorry to say this with all respect, but that's my boss, and I can't participate in a conversation like that. And I said, you know what?
What kind of country do we have? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mike.
Well, I just looked at him and I said, you know what? I have, even though we strongly disagree on this issue and on this man, I have so much respect for you that you are towing the line and being the man of honor that you raised your right hand. I was there on the day that he was commissioned in as a second lieutenant, fresh out of college, and there's something in that little speech they recite about the commander-in-chief and all of that. Now, but we're talking about a commander-in-chief where people are drowning in Louisiana, and he's up in Martha's Vineyard yelling, I mean, what kind of commander is that? Now, I can't...
unimaginable, isn't it?
Well, we've got this debate coming up. It's going to be sort of a town hall setting or something, I believe, but it's going to be done in front of members of the military. Hillary and Mr. Trump will hold a quasi-debate, and then they will answer questions from the audience as military men and women decide who they think is in the best position to lead this country from a military standpoint as the commander-in-chief. I'm very excited to see this. Your thoughts?
In regard to, well, let me back up a little bit and I'll get to the election question.
Okay.
But if we back up to the oath that we take, and do we not also take an oath, though, do the soldiers not also take an oath to uphold the Constitution and to protect the Constitution and their citizens from all threats, foreign and domestic? And if we turn the clock back to the Gulf of Tonkin incident with Vietnam, that was the trigger for the Vietnam War, a complete false flag event, and it's historical fact and not disputed. False flag event which triggered a war that then killed 58,220 of our sons, daughters, mothers, and fathers, and maimed an untold amount. And I work with rehabbing NAM vets. My heart bleeds for them. I mean, the price they paid, and I work with one particular individual who was 2 days away from the end of his tour and stepped on a mine. He shouldn't even have been in that country to begin with, and paid an unimaginable price. I mean, he was a twisted wreck of a human being, and I'm not speaking from the sidelines. I have helped. I've given to DAV, VFW. I care, but there's a lot more to caring than sticking a bumper sticker in your car that says "Support our troops." That's not supporting our troops. And if nearly 60,000 of our troops died in a war that was created by our own government, where's the outrage? And that's continuing to this day. It's continuing to this day. And so I argue, what's it about? Is it really about freedom and democracy? And if one looks at history, the answer is resoundingly no. This doesn't mean that there weren't conflicts that perhaps had to be fought. But even if we look at conflicts, going back even to World War II and the sinking of some of the ocean liners that really were part of the trigger to instigate that, and what went on behind the scenes. I'm not saying Hitler wasn't a complete maniac, but what part did our power structure play to make sure we were in that conflict? Even Pearl Harbor, when they provoked the Japanese in certain ways, and the Japanese were very ruthless, I'm not denying that either, but when they knew Pearl Harbor was coming, and they absolutely knew, but they made sure it would happen because they needed to galvanize the American population to escalate the war. And all of this, Dwayne, doesn't all of this come down to the military-industrial complex? And they simply need conflict. It's good for business. And it's that simple in many ways. The American population needs to wake up to that fact.
No, as a trader, we need volatility in the markets, or we can't make any money. We don't care if it goes up or down, but we need movement. And
These are harsh truths.
Yeah, and I think you're saying the same thing. And I'm so glad you brought that up, because as a Navy man, even though I was not commissioned as an officer, as my godson was, I had that opportunity before me, but I blew it. And anyway, I remember the part about, I just Googled it, defending the country against terrorists, both foreign and domestic. We have domestic terrorists doing business on Capitol Hill.
Oh, we do. In fact, terrorists are running the whole show at this point.
Well, one's trying to run the Oval Office, in my opinion.
And have been, I don't argue that, but I would argue, though, that is the president really the person pulling the strings? I mean, do we really think George Bush pulled the strings and that he didn't commit atrocities? And Clinton, we know their atrocities as a matter of record, and we could go all the way back. I mean, how far back do we need to go? Let's look at the last president who really tried to speak the truth. And when he did, how long did he last? How long did Kennedy last when he spoke about the secret societies and the dangers they posed? It lasted about a week. He was taken out. And how Americans could not see that is astounding to me. It's truly astounding. When I was about 8 years old when I first saw the film of Kennedy being assassinated. That was in about 1970.
Are you talking the Zapruder film, or?
I don't know the maker of the particular film, where you can clearly see that he was
the homemade movie from the guy on the grassy knoll. Is that the one, or are you talking about something else?
Yes, I mean, I assume that would be the one. When,
okay.
Head can't. I remember being 8 years old asking my parents, how could he get shot from behind and have his head fly backward and a chunk of his head flies out toward the back? My parents, being, official narrative conformity sort of people, they just said, oh, they've all figured it out, honey, don't question that. And why would I not question? Why would God give me a sense of reason if I'm not supposed not to use it? And I would argue we must use it. I mean, how blatantly obvious could that cover-up possibly be? And yet Americans choose to ignore it. So that's the last president who truly spoke out about what was really going on. And he didn't last very long. And I would argue none since have. And if we fast forward up to events, I spoke about Pearl Harbor. And now if your listeners want a really harsh truth, that their sense of logic, if it's still functional, can't deny. If we look at the new Pearl Harbor, the 9/11 events have been called the new Pearl Harbor, and rightfully so, because those events were the license by which the U.S. launched massive wars of aggression in other countries, and it's about resources, it's about the dollars, the global reserve currency. And I'm not stating for a moment that these other countries, if they had the same power the U.S. had, that they wouldn't be doing the same thing. I'm not stating that, because they would. But the fact is, the level of tyranny is in direct proportion to the level of strength, and might does not make right. And so if we look at 9/11, I would challenge your listeners to simply do this. Search, many of your listeners might not even know there was a third building on 9/11 that came down. You know that, right, Dwayne?
Yes.
So I would simply challenge them to search Building 7, 9/11, which is the third building that many people don't even know came down, and then ask themselves why they don't know that, how that could be possibly hidden, and then ask themselves, is it really logical that a 47-story steel structure high-rise building could collapse at free fall speed, 7 seconds, from some furniture burning on the first floor? Ask themselves if that's really even remotely reasonable to think that that's possible. And that's what we're told. that some furniture was burning on the first floor, never got hit by anything, and this building falls in 7 seconds, free fall speed. So the point I'm making is this: at an event like that, when we have 2,500 architects and engineers, I don't know if you know about that group, Dwayne, the Architects and Engineers for Truth group?
No, I can't say that I do. I do know that
really
I have an employee that worked for me many years ago, and today he spends his time writing articles on Facebook and wherever else he can find to write about 9/11 being an inside job, and some of the stuff he writes I agree with, like the vaccinations and the water, and boy, I'll tell you, I have tried to wrap my brain around 9/11 as an inside job, and I just got to tell you, I haven't been able to do it.
Well, you may not want me on the air after this. Your listeners may not want me.
No,
this is something that
because this makes for
this
good
is something
though, because this makes people think, and it will.
All I would ever ask is for people to actually head on, look, open their eyes wide open, not wide shut, and look. And simply, if we look at this issue, one, why? People would ask why. Mm-hmm. Why would the government do that?
Is there a particular website I can give a link to my audience? Every link that you email me today and everything you've brought up, I've created a link and I've sent it out to my audience, and I'll get it in my show notes as well. But is there
I'll send you
a legitimate link that you think truly represents the case for 9/11 being an inside job? I'm willing to look at it again with an open mind, but I've tried in the past, and my wife, she has some kind of sixth sense about things, and she is anti-conspiratorial, and she tells me, Dwayne, I think something's there, and I think you need to look at it a little closer. So I'm willing to look with an open mind. I'm not promising I'll change my mind, but I will look. Anyone who's afraid to look at the argument of the enemy, friend, let's like my wife, when I listened to the Democratic Convention, she said, why are you listening to this garbage? And I said, well, they say keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. I want to know what the heck they're up to. So
that's Sun Tzu who said that, and yeah, I watched the Democratic Convention as well, and it was extremely alarming. but I'm saying this, that yes, the moment we act on our programming and not our sense of reason, and we reject the truth, I mean, that's not in any sense acceptable from any standpoint, certainly not from a biblical standpoint. So how can we not look? And in regard to this issue, now what I'm sending you is the 9/11 A&E for Truth website. Who are they? 9/11 Architects and Engineers for Truth is a group of over 2,500 architects and engineers from all over the globe with nothing to gain and everything to lose by speaking out on the record. 2,500. These are the top people in the world stating that the official story is so far from anything that's even remotely possible based on the laws of physics that this issue must be investigated further. And aside from that, I would challenge anybody to watch their documentary with the proof they present. They found military-grade thermite in the rubble, which is a demolition material, and to look at their video and walk away the same. You can't, because the truth is too incredibly irrefutable in that film. And I would simply challenge to start with your listeners to search Building 7 Collapse 9/11, watch that 30-second film of, over and over. You can see it coming down, buckling in the center just like in all demolitions and coming straight down, 7 seconds, and ask yourself how that could possibly happen without a whole lot of help, because steel structure high-rises had never, ever in history of steel structure high-rises collapsed, ever, from fire, even some that burnt nearly 48 hours down to a steel frame. You cannot have heat nearly, not even remotely hot enough to have that effect on a steel structure building. It's impossible. So I would just challenge your listeners to look and then to ask themselves why. Why would they do this? Why would they allow Pearl Harbor? Why would they allow that? Why would they allow all their military men and women and ships to be sunk? Because it took that kind of event to galvanize the population, to get them to blindly follow the dictates of the military-industrial complex. And the same is true here. Without 9/11, let's take 9/11 off the table, never happened. Would the American public go for the sort of adventures that are happening all over the Middle East and other places now? Would they just blindly accept terrorism, we have to get them before they get us? Would they accept that? No. The answer is no. So when we look at, for example, Bush, and I'm not picking on Bush because, you know, I look at the Clintons and I feel exactly the same disdain. I can't even imagine having Hillary Clinton in the White House. But if we look at Bush, when he looked like a deer in the headlights in front of the kids, and you ask yourself, just like Obama on the golf course, ask yourself how Bush could stand there for how long after he was told those buildings came down? And the reality of what he had just done hit him. And why did it take 450 days for them to even initiate an investigation? When you have an airliner that comes down without a known reason, they assemble those parts in a building and maybe take a year or two to figure out what happened. So here you have steel structure high-rises that were designed to take multiple 707 impacts. I don't know, you probably didn't know that, Dwayne. I've read a lot about this issue because I don't like to shoot from the hip. I don't shoot from the hip. So I know a lot of the data around this issue, but a 707 fully loaded was a much more substantial impact than the aircraft that hit the towers. Did you know that? 707 would be bigger.
No, I didn't know that.
And they were designed to take multiple 707 impacts. So how could they come down in that fashion from a single impact? And when you add in, again, a lot of other issues around that event, and I would start with just your listeners, if they watch the Building 7 and look at the 9/11 A&E research, the testing, and the statements from 2,500 architects and engineers that simply conclude the official story is virtually impossible. And that's all I would ask people to look, and then they can start to go from there. But that's how bad it is. And I don't normally venture off my subject of climate engineering, but if we're going to really understand just how close the train is to running us over, we need to look at hard facts, and that's really a core issue.
Okay, so you're going to send me a 9/11 type link?
Already did.
Oh,
it's coming out right now. There it is. I'm sorry. 9/11 A&E for Truth. If your listeners can remember that as well, just 9/11 A&E for Truth. And that, again, it's very difficult to challenge our preconceptions. Almost impossible for many people, but we must do it. We are in such a dire scenario, and the situation is so out of control. We must look. And are you familiar with Dr. Paul Craig Roberts, Dwayne? He's a former Reagan.
I'm not familiar with him, but I just put the website up on the screen for everyone to see, and I put the link to the website in the chat box.
So here's a former Reagan cabinet official, respected government official.
I still don't have
very
that
intelligent
9/11 link, but
should be to you in a minute. It went out. It just went
okay. All right.
Very respected. And,
here it is.
So you know what else? I'll bear with me one moment here, and I'll give this to you. Just because if you can watch this on the air right now, which I think you can, right?
Well, unfortunately, we can try.
No, I mean just a 30-second video. I'll send it to you, and you can ship this out to your listeners too. So
okay, yeah, send it to me. Supposedly, in the newest version of GoTo that I'm using, you can play video, but the audio doesn't come through. And on the way my studio is set up, audio and video are handled by separate computers. So people are seeing information on my screen via one computer. They're hearing my voice and your voice via another computer. But I'm willing to put up and try it, because I just talked to them the other day, and they told me they were working on it. Let me get this back up. New tab. Here we go. All right, guys, I just put this in the chat box. Now, again, I know many of you in this audience are ultra-conservative, and you don't want anything to do with this because you firmly believe that it was not in any way an inside job. I have felt the same way all of my life. certain things have come to light of late that have encouraged me to go back and rethink some of the things that I believe to be truth. So I'm in the process of dragging some things back out into the light of day and giving them a second look. So that's all I ask you to do. Architects and engineers of 9/11 truth, the science of 9/11. Who's behind this? Who runs this 501c3 nonprofit? And should I click on video? Is that where that video will be that you're talking about?
I just sent you, well, actually, if you go to their site, yeah, you can watch their video that's there. It's about, I think it's about 90 minutes. It's so complete and so irrefutable, and even includes a lot of interview from the scene that was not shown from mainstream media, including firemen coming out of the building saying, we heard boom, 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 boom all the way down. You know, I mean, there's such compelling testimony there in addition to the testing, in addition to the testimony of, combined testimony of 2,500 plus architects and engineers. And I'm simply saying that we must face, if we're not afraid of the truth, if we're truly not afraid, we have a responsibility to look. And if you look at the facts, then you might have a basis for your opinion. But when people have an opinion without ever having investigated the facts, their opinion is invalid, period. It's invalid. So if you look at the, I just sent you a 30-second compilation of the Building 7 collapse, which many people don't even know there was a third building. And they don't know because the 9/11 report never addressed the third building, because there's simply no plausible explanation for a building that never got hit by anything collapsing. And why did that building collapse? There was lots of things they wanted to go away in that building, lots of things, like Enron investigation and so forth. And I mean, the list goes on and on. So again, I'm saying that when we look at, if we back up to the event that really triggered the complete course of decimation that's happening right now that we're all on, that event was the core. That event was the core. And you have the PNAC, Project for a New American Century, which is the think tank that include Rumsfeld, Cheney, and the rest. And again, I'm not saying that the Clintons are any different or any of the rest. They're all the same.
We just finished reading the body count. It took us 2 weeks to cover all the bodies that have surrounded the Clintons since they were hillbilly lawyers in Mena, Arkansas, running guns and drugs out of there.
That's exactly right.
We're watching this fall right before our eyes. There's no sound involved, but Lower Manhattan videotape, and there it goes, guys.
Okay, you're watching Building 7 right now?
Yeah, right now. We're watching it, but we can't. Oh, now I can hear it. Guys, can you hear it? Somebody in the audience, tell me if you can hear the audio.
As long as they can see it.
They can see it.
And the point is this.
This is 9/11 jumpers. That's not the one. That was the one next in line. I wanted to see
it'll automatically switch. It'll automatically switch to the next one. So you need to keep it on the first one.
Okay, yeah, they're saying that they aren't able. When I spoke to GoTo the other day, they said, Dwayne, we're so close to making that part of it work. You're one of the few that's actually testing that. In fact, you do more webinars than practically any client we have. So, yeah, we're just watching it one more time. And then I'm going to hit, I'm going to stop it.
As you see that, I would just, ask your listeners to ask themselves this question, that how can a 47-story steel structure high-rise, again, collapse in 7 seconds from furniture burning on the first floor? If that was the case, anytime someone lights up a cigarette in a high-rise, we should all run for the exits. And it's simply completely in defiance of the laws of physics for that event to have happened. And think about this. If there was nothing to hide, all the wreckage was rounded up as fast as they could round it up. In fact, they sent the first responders in knowing that site was one of the most toxic disaster sites on the history of the planet. In fact, the chemicals released, for example, from the transformers in the 9/11 buildings, released some of the most toxic elements known to man, period. They knew those sites were toxic. Now we have how many thousands of responders with cancer and dying? You know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
They knew that site was toxic, and they sent them in as fast as they could because they had to clean up the evidence as fast as they could, and they sent it to China to be melted down immediately, all the steel. Now think about that. If you had such a catastrophic failure of a building that was designed, buildings that were designed to take airline impacts, they were designed to take multiple 707 impacts. It's a matter of historical fact, but they collapsed with a single impact. That's a catastrophic design failure if that happened. Why would they take all the evidence, ship it to China, and melt it down as fast as they could?
Well, that's a good question. Marvin from the audience says Marvin Bush, who's a Bush I've never heard of, was doing fiber cable install with the Turner Company, World Demo Company. Check out Marvin Bush. They left one day before 9/11. Marvin, I think I've pieced together what you're trying to say is that a member of the Bush family was working in the towers the day before the collapse, and he somehow was given word to get out of there. And
let me fill in some blanks for you on that. I'm very familiar with that.
Okay.
I can fill in some blanks.
Okay.
Marvin Bush was the head of a quasi-security firm in the towers for 4 years prior to the event. 4 years. They had full building evacuations, very unprecedented full building evacuations. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And I want to stress again, the Clintons, absolutely part of the same cabal, not singling out anybody. I can't express to your audience how much angst and disdain I feel when I think about Hillary Clinton or the Clintons as a whole holding office. And, you know, they're in the same vein, but this is absolute historical fact. And again, the Project for a New American Century, which included all these people, a year and a half before 9/11 stated they needed a, quote, new Pearl Harbor to galvanize the American population so that they could advance their agenda of militarization and occupation. I mean, if anybody rational looks at the facts around this issue, you can't not conclude that the official story is absolute nonsense and that this was absolutely, positively an inside job. Now, if you carry it further, have you ever seen pictures outside the Pentagon after the airline supposedly hit that building? Did you ever see pictures of that?
I may have seen one or two shortly after it happened, but not since.
If you look at the original pictures, and they're still around, there's nothing there. There's no airline wreckage, nothing. Whatever hit that building, it sure wasn't an airliner. How do you hide things like this? I mean, how do you hide this in plain sight? And when those in power know they can demo buildings in front of the world.
Well, they called in David Copperfield, and he just made it disappear.
Well, you know, when a missile hits the Pentagon and not an airliner, that's the problem. And are we to think now also, let's carry this further. Dick Cheney took control of the entire air defense system for that day. And so let's take our military. Of course our military men and brothers and sisters wouldn't participate in this. We know that. We know that. But how were they distracted in a way where they were basically taken offline? Because there were drills going on that day for exactly this kind of event, and they didn't know if they didn't know what this was, not a drill or what, and most of our fighter jets were away somewhere else. How can an airliner be rogue for 90 minutes and our fighter jets can't find it? Who could believe that? Our military is the most sophisticated in the world, the most protected building in the world, a rogue airline flying in that airspace for 90 minutes and our fighters can't find it? Who could believe that? Who could possibly believe that? Why would Dick Cheney take over for that day?
Marvin, also, I was going to blow past this because I wasn't sure that Marvin was pulling my leg or not. So I'm just going to ask you what he wrote, and because he was the one who brought up Marvin Bush and the fiber cable, and you just vindicated him on that. His other question is it true that who we know as bin Laden was actually Tim Osama recruited by CIA?
You know, that I don't know anything about, haven't heard anything about. I'm not denying, but I don't know. But let's ask ourselves this. Do we really think that a sick diabetic
on dialysis
in dialysis in a cave in Afghanistan could possibly orchestrate something like this against the U.S. military? And I don't buy it. I mean, I know our military men and women are unimaginably competent.
They are.
Completely competent.
They're
the most in the world by far.
Mm-hmm.
I simply don't buy that lie. And what happened let's take the Obama story a little further. What happened to the whole entire SEAL team involved in the supposed Obama assassination?
SEAL Team 6?
Bin Laden assassination. Well, what happened to them? All dead. You know that?
No, I didn't know that. In fact,
all
my
dead.
son has a book written by one of the members of SEAL Team 6, and I guess he got in trouble for writing the book, but my son asked me to read it, and I read part of it, and it was very intriguing, and I would like to finish reading it, but this gentleman was beaten as a child by his father, and so he grew up very angry, and he went on to become a SEAL and a member of SEAL Team 6, and he was, no, tell me more. How are they all dead?
They were all taken out in a helicopter, all of them on the same helicopter and taken out. So is that really a coincidence that they would load them all on one aircraft and they all happen to get killed because they perhaps weren't going to go along with the official story any longer?
Oh, that's unbelievable. I mean, I believe you, but it's unbelievable. Now, when Wayne Jett was on the show this past Wednesday, he talked about a new executive order that President Obama just, he couldn't find time to go to Louisiana because he was busy golfing, but he found time to sign an executive order that changed the order of succession at the Treasury. In other words, if the top guy and the top two guy both get dead on the same day, or get sick, or get fired, or get missing in action, there's a new list of successors as to who takes over at the Treasury. If you go to whitehouse.gov, it was the second, there was an amendment recently made, which I found pretty scary. And then there was what Wayne was talking about. It was the executive order. I don't remember the number. It is on my blog, I believe, emini.cfrn.net. Are you familiar with that?
Somewhat. And again, on all of these headlines, I would encourage your listeners
why
to...
would he do that? Why would the president take time out of his busy schedule to change the order of succession at the U.S. Treasury, covering the top two?
Of course, why?
I mean, if I were one of those two guys, I would be shaking in my boots, or I would just quit my job and run.
Yes, I agree. And again, this is the kind of thing we have a responsibility to face head on. And here's a headline on the SEAL team: why are 22 members of Navy SEAL Team 6 dead shortly after their unit killed Osama bin Laden? Question mark. Why? What about Pat Tillman? Are you familiar with Pat Tillman?
Yes. He played for the Arizona Cardinals.
Familiar with what happened to him?
Not really. Tell me.
I encourage your listeners to investigate this also. Don't believe me, period. But Pat Tillman, who showed unimaginable honor, very intelligent individual.
He left the Cardinals to go fight.
Yes, he did. So imagine, how committed he was. And when he got there and was so utterly and totally disillusioned at what he saw, the circus of criminality that he saw, that he was about to sing like a canary, and people would have listened to him because he was truly a man of stature that was clearly an honorable individual, very intelligent, and with great notoriety. He was already communicating with university professors to try to share what he had learned. He was keeping a diary. We were told, if you remember, he was killed in an enemy ambush, which is now historically proven to be completely false. He was killed by some of our own military, 3 rounds in the forehead at close range from a 223, from an M16. All his personal belongings were burnt. His parents, you should see the testimony from his parents, who were incredibly intelligent, trying to get this truth out, that he was simply taken out because what he had to say, the military didn't want anybody to hear.
I have an article, when I Googled what you just said, why are 22 members of SEAL Team 6 dead? This article is not new. It's dated 2015, but it says Obama Stonewall SEAL Team 6 helicopter crash probe, watchdog says. And the Obama administration is violating a judge's order to turn over documents in the August 6, 2011 shoot down of a U.S. helicopter called Sign call sign Extortion 17 that killed members of SEAL Team 6 in Afghanistan, a watchdog group is charging. I will put this link in the chat box for you guys as well.
The point of all this is this. It's not that, you know, these are things none of us want to believe. None of us, and least of all me. You know, this is a waking up from the delusion, if you will. But we have a responsibility to wake up. And this is something that, you know, I would ask anybody, if you met your maker today, would you want to do that knowing that you showed the courage to face the truth? Or would you want to do that knowing you did everything you could to hide from the truth? How would you want to face your maker? And we should ask ourselves that question. How much more important could that question be? It's, you know, this is how, well, the materialism that's been rained down on us, you know, you can now finance 100% of your home, use it for an ATM, go buy a new car with nothing down, no interest, no payments for 6 months, and everybody's living it up while unimaginable criminality and carnage is going on. And
Wayne T throws in that there's still many unanswered questions about the Oklahoma City bombing, which, do you have any thoughts on that?
I do. And in fact, again, in that case also, if you look at the evidence at what it would have taken for a single individual like McVeigh to accomplish that, the evidence is quite difficult to accept as even being plausible. So we have a long list of this type of thing happening, false flag events, if you will. And this is business as usual. What did Nazi Germany do when they wanted to galvanize their population? They blew up the Reichstag. You know, they blew up their own building. And this is just simply business as usual. It's been business as usual for a very, very long time. But Americans are, unfortunately, incredibly conditioned and programmed to have a certain mindset. You know, this my country right or wrong, and that's simply not right. It can't be right. How can that be right? I'm not saying that we shouldn't try to stand up for our country, but how do we do that? By ignoring criminality? Is that how we do it? Because if that's how we do it, then we're on the wrong track. Horribly the wrong track. So back to, if I can make a giant loop back to climate engineering, for those who think that those in power would not, if they start to lose control completely and the population really wakes up, that those in power would not use some of the pathogens that have been engineered for a very, very long time to, they already have these spray apparatus programs set up for climate engineering, weather warfare. All they would have to do is change that mix and we're all done. And now let's consider, is that really a reality? Could that really be possible? Did you see the disinformation article on geoengineering that just came, or chemtrails, the term I'd like to avoid, but a big disinformation article just came out from Carnegie Science on trying to refute the geoengineering issue. They call it chemtrails, but did you see that by chance?
No.
Well, it's worth looking at those posts because the power structure knows we're gaining ground in this issue, so they just put out a big disinformation article, and I'll just briefly outline this so your listeners understand the travesty. They can see the full outline at geoengineeringwatch.org under the recent column. But a big disinformation article just came out from Carnegie Science, from someone who works for Carnegie Science, one of the second most recognized geoengineer on the planet, Ken Caldera. And this study, quote study, which is really just a survey of selected individuals, stated that 98% of scientists say chemtrails aren't real. Okay, so that worked for a lot of people because they don't want to believe the truth. But let's dissect that very briefly. There wasn't 77 scientists interviewed as the study indicated. There was 450, 84% of which refused to participate in the study. What did the study ask? Are chemtrails real? Well, of course chemtrails aren't real because there is no such thing as a chemtrail because that's not a science term. So they didn't ask, is geoengineering real? They didn't ask, is solar radiation management real? They didn't ask, is weather warfare real? They asked chemtrails. So these government scientists who have no First Amendment protection and have a federal gag order on them, what do we expect them to say? Do we expect them to say, yes, it's real? Of course not. So we have a completely bogus study that all mainstream media covered, Popular Science, Science Magazine, all the big people covered, a science that any academician would look at aside from the subject matter and say this is completely bogus. This is completely fraudulent. But they put it out anyway. And what I want to weave this back into is the very scientists, back what I just said about using pathogens to spray into clouds, the very scientist that did this study, I have him on audio, Ken Caldera, and people can hear this audio. They can hear him state it in his own words. If they go to geoengineeringwatch.org and the recent, I'll send you the link, in fact.
Okay.
They can hear him state in his own words that what he did for our government at Lawrence Livermore Laboratories was this. He studied ways of spraying pathogens into clouds to infect the populations below. That's what he did for our government. So if people think that things couldn't be this bad, think again. Think again. And we document these truths. I don't just say it from the hip. We document it.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the reasons that I have you and Wayne on the show, because while you don't necessarily dovetail into our conservative views, your comments, your talking points are factual and documented, and I have a lot of respect for that. And so I'm man enough to say I disagree with you, but I'm willing to look at your facts. I'm willing to read the research that you've done, and then I may or may not change my opinion on a particular subject. But so many people are afraid to listen to the enemy, or the person. The enemy is probably not the proper term, but the person who believes differently than they do. It's just like when I'm going to use a name, you know, and I hope I don't offend anyone in the audience. When the Jehovah's Witness comes to my door, I don't not answer my door in fear that they might say something that would cause me to lose faith in what I believe. I know what I believe. So I open the door very politely, ask them how they're doing, would they like a glass of cool water, and then I invite them if they would like to come in and talk about the real God and the real Jesus, and they always turn me down and offer me a pamphlet, which I politely turn down, and they move on down the street. See, I'm not afraid to sit down and have a discussion with them about the creation of the universe and who's in charge and how it all went down, because I've done my study and I know what I believe. I don't believe it just because my grandmother told me it was true. I don't believe it just because I sat in church every Sunday as a child. I believe it because I've lived it. My evidence that he rose on the third day is not a couple of hysterical women screaming in front of a tomb, an empty tomb. My evidence is a changed life, my own life. That's evidence I could take into a court of law. That's my proof. And so nobody's ever going to change my mind. I don't care how highbrow educational they get. I know on a gut level that I know what I know. And I think that everyone should be the same way on all of the things that really matter in this lifetime. We're here in the scope of eternity. We're here but for the twinkling of an eye. But you know what? We were sent here for a purpose. We were sent here to make a difference, to leave this place a little better place than we found it. And I'm going to do everything in my power today to do what I can do to make that very thing happen. And I know that you do that on a daily basis. Wayne does that on a daily basis, as do all of our guests. And I salute you for that.
Thank you, Dwayne, and I truly hold you in highest regard for your willingness to look at some of these issues. And if you consider what would be a rational definition of conservative, I would say that's me. Count me in on that. And that would mean it's not okay to destroy your environment. It's not okay for your government to behave in the way they're behaving, and it's not okay to look the other way. It's not okay to look the other way. When there's factual evidence out there that is horribly disturbing and dire.
That would be like if I knew that some kid was beating my 14-year-old son up on recess every day or taking his lunch money. If I didn't go over to that school and start snatching a knot in somebody's rear end, I would be so wrong as a father, as a parent. as the one God said, you are the protector of this young man until he becomes a man, and then you still keep your eye on him. See, I would be remiss in my duties as a parent. And so we as citizens, as fellows on this planet, we have an obligation, just like Dane said. So I encourage you, rise to the occasion. You're going to go blind watching Jerry Springer all day. Stop it.
I agree. And on that note, forgive me. I have a
No, sir,
few
it's time.
other commitments I have to get to today. But Dwayne, again, I appreciate your audience and that they're allowing me to try to disseminate things that none of us wish were so, but that I hope everyone actually investigates themselves. And I greatly salute you for allowing me to speak about certain issues that, again, I myself wish with all my heart weren't so. But
Well, Dane,
I've dedicated the last 15 years of my life to this because once I see something, what the Scripture says, right, before you knew the truth, your sins were washed away, but now that you see, your sins remain. And if we turn away, are we not going against what Scripture says? And I would argue that we
That's
are.
right.
So thank you so much for allowing me to be on, and I will look forward to next week if I'm allowed to come back.
Oh, brother, we'll be anxiously waiting your return. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for
You too.
everything.
Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye. So there you have it, guys. Dane Wigington, the man behind this site right here. This is his bio page. If you type in geoengineeringwatch.org, it takes you to the main page of the site. Over here on the right-hand side, there's so much stuff, it's overwhelming. But you see where it says recent? Okay, these are the most recent articles posted. And as you can see, a lot of stuff gets posted. 2 weeks ago, this Chuck Norris video, where Chuck Norris tells us that there's a government cover-up of epic proportions. Now, who doesn't believe Chuck Norris? So, pay a visit. And then if you want to learn more about Dane himself, go / and then type the letter D. And I thought it would auto-populate. Nope. It's there. So I'm going to pop that in the chat box as well. Now, one of the members of our audience has been asking me for a couple days now that if during our good word for the day, I would read Ecclesiastes 1. We started a new series on Friday. It's a multi-day series, but because our guest has been kind enough to ask repeatedly, we're going to put that series on hold until tomorrow. We'll pick up tomorrow where we left off on Friday with part 2. And today I am actually, as our good word for the day, I am going to share Ecclesiastes 1. So stand by. Now, I did ask if the member of the audience minded if I read it from the Message version of the Bible. That's the version that puts things in the language that doesn't contain the these and the thous. You do know that Jesus and the disciples, they did not speak King's English. The way the Old Testament and the New Testament is written in the King James Version, with the thee and the thou, people didn't talk that way. When Jesus went down to the seashore where these ruffians were out there fishing, do you think he said, "Wouldst thou like to come and follow me?" They'd have laughed at him, tied him up, and hung him from a tree. Oh, wait, they did. But you get my point. So I'm going to read it out of the Message because I like the Message, because the Message speaks to me. Oh, but that was translated by man. Yeah, well, I believe it was a man led by the Holy Spirit. So if you want to hear something scary about Bible translations, go to the Living Bible and look for the scripture. Oh gosh, it's verse 29, but I forget which book it's in. It's where the man had gone to the disciples. His boy was out of his mind, and the disciples prayed and they couldn't do anything about it. Jesus comes along and the man says, man, your guys, they can't help my son. Would you please help him? And Jesus cast the demons out of this boy, sent him into some pigs, and the pigs went over the cliff. No one ever mentions anything about the poor pig farmer who lost all of his pigs. I mean, that was his livelihood, but I'm sure Jesus made it up to him somehow. Now, the man said, well, I don't understand. You all serve the same God. How is it that you were able to do that and your disciples weren't? His answer in chapter 29, and I hope somebody remembers which book this is in, he said, some things only come out by prayer and fasting. So he was doing two things at one time, stating a fact and chastising his boys because they had not been praying and fasting. Now I'm going to tell you, I've been doing a lot of praying lately, but as tight as those pants were I put on to go to church yesterday, apparently I haven't been doing any fasting. My grandmother was real big on fasting. My wife used to fast 40 days at a time on a juice fast for health reasons. My grandmother did it to save my brother from the gates of hell, and me too, until God turned my life around. And it paid off because before my younger brother passed from cancer, he turned his life around. So prayer works. Fasting works. And according to the chapter that got lifted out of the Living Bible, entirely, not reworded, not reworked, but just plain out plucked. And the way I discovered this is I was writing a sermon one night. I'd been invited to preach at a church, and I was doing a word study and, you know, all the stuff preachers do. And I'm like, wait a minute. I have a faulty version of the Living Bible. So I went and grabbed another copy, and turns out it wasn't a faulty version, just neither version had that in there. So that at the time was my go-to Bible, because I was running a recovery home for men and a home for battered women and abused children that my wife, we built both of those for our employees, because remember, our employees back in the day were the homeless, the fresh out of prison, the recovering from alcohol and drugs, the chronically unemployed, the slightly mentally ill. Yeah, we had our hands full, but they also had to have a place to live. And so God took care of that through us. So here we go with Ecclesiastes 1. I haven't read it in a long time. I'm reading from the Message translation. This first chapter is titled The Quester. These are the words of the Quester, David's son and king in Jerusalem. Smoke, nothing but smoke. That's what the Quester says. There's nothing to anything. It's all smoke. What's there to show for a lifetime of work? A lifetime of working your fingers to the bone. One generation goes its way, the next one arrives, but nothing changes. It's business as usual for old planet Earth. The sun comes up, then the sun goes down, then does it again and again. The same old round. The wind blows south, the wind blows north, around and around and around it blows, blowing this way then that, the whirling erratic wind. All the rivers flow into the sea, but the sea never fills up. The rivers keep flowing to the same old place and then start all over and do it again. Everything's boring, utterly boring. No one can find any meaning in it. Boring to the eye, boring to the ear. What was will be again. What happened will happen again. There's nothing new on this earth. Year after year, it's the same old thing. Does someone call out, "Hey, this is new"? Don't get excited. It's the same old story. Nobody remembers what happened yesterday. And the things that will happen tomorrow, nobody will remember them either. Don't count on being remembered. Call me the quester. I've been king over Israel and Jerusalem. I looked most carefully into everything, searched out all that is done on this earth, and let me tell you, there's not much to write home about. God hasn't made it easy for us. I've seen it all, and it's nothing but smoke and spitting into the wind. Life's a corkscrew that can't be straightened, a minus that won't add up. I said to myself, I know more and I'm wiser than anyone before me in Jerusalem. I've stockpiled wisdom and knowledge. What I finally concluded is that so-called wisdom and knowledge are mindless and witless, nothing but spitting into the wind. Much learning earns you much trouble. The more you know, the more you hurt. Now that is not our typical good word for the day. But for the benefit of the member of the audience, I read that, and tomorrow I'm probably not going to go back to the three-part series. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to you in depth about the book of Ecclesiastes, and I'm going to talk to you about why this piece of scripture is important. But I also want to speak to the gentleman who asked me to read it, because repeatedly, day after day, I think he must have it copied to a clipboard or something, he asked me the same thing, day in and day out. Is Satan really in absolute control? God Almighty himself has no power, no say in anything. Dwayne's prayers and mine mean nothing at all. Therefore, eat, drink, and be merry. Shoot up heroin, for tomorrow we die. Father, I pray for Jim right now. I pray that by the power of the Holy Spirit, that you would show him that you have purpose and destiny for his life. The enemy has blinded him spiritually. His ears can no longer hear the call of the Holy Spirit, that still, small voice that's always right, never wrong. Lord, I don't know what happened. I don't know what transpired. But I know right now that there's a soul, one of yours, who's in desperate need of a touch from you. So I pray, God, that you would make yourself manifest in his life today, and to everyone in the audience who feels the same way, like none of it matters. It's all just a big waste. What's the difference? We're all going to die. Well, the good news is when you leave this earth, that's when life really begins. You see, eternity is a very, very long time. And I see earth as nothing more than a proving ground, an opportunity for God to determine who he wants to spend eternity with and who he doesn't. when he returns, if he should return before I depart, I want him to catch me red-handed doing something for somebody. Somebody who can't repay me, somebody who can't give back to me, somebody who may not even know I'm doing it for them. I love when me and my Father have secrets like that. When he shows me a person and shows me a need and shows me how I can meet that need without ever bringing myself into the forefront, without ever receiving the applause of man. Because the scripture says that if that's why you do it, to be applauded by men, then you've got your reward. I don't want an earthly reward, because everything on this earth will pass away. But that which is eternal shall reign forever. And so you can pay me now or pay me later. I'll take the later. I just pray, God, that you would bring peace to Jim's heart and to his mind. Whatever it is that has caused him, that has allowed this depressed spirit to fall upon him. Lord, by the power of the Holy Spirit, manifest in his life. Help him to rise up. Help him to know in his heart that he serves a God greater than any problem he faces. And if that problem is eternity, then I pray, Lord, that someone would come to him even this day and explain to him what it means to have a personal relationship with you. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. That's our good word for the day. Now, we finished our electronic goodie list, all of our science fiction items that we are currently living with today. I'm in the process of compiling a new list because they're coming out with more stuff than I can keep up with. We got to the end of the Clinton body count list. With any luck today, I'll get that list posted for you on the blog so that you can do your own research and your own due diligence, and you can find out, if it was a fantastical tale or if those people are really as dead as those 22 Navy SEALs that were in that helicopter. The ones who know what really happened on that day. I put a lot of links into the chat box. I have kept a browser with all of those tabs open. So today, if you go to emini.cfrn.net, not only will you see the day's recording of this show, but you'll also see a list of show notes. And I'm going to attempt to do this every day going forward. Each one of those talking points that we covered today with Dane, there will be a link that takes you to the article that talks in depth about that topic, whatever it is. Now, again, I understand that we talked about some things today that you probably don't believe are true. We talked about some things today that I don't believe are true. But I'm not afraid to look at the other side's argument. Doesn't mean it's going to change my mind, doesn't mean it's going to sway my belief. Because when things in life are important to me, I have the greatest of respect for my grandmother. She raised me up in the way that I should go. But all the things that she taught me, when I return to the fold, so to speak, in 1996, at the age of 37, I already had inside of me all the things that a believer needs. I knew how to walk, how to talk. I wasn't lost. Those seeds had been just under the surface, germinating, waiting for the opportunity to blossom and come forth. But I have taken each of the things that she taught me as a child, and I have drug it out into the light of day, and I have asked God to show me how that applies to my life. And you know what? Those who seek God will find him. So I encourage you today, whatever questions you have, whatever doubts you have, why not ask the one who knows everything? Because there you will find your answer. Now, you may not hear an audible voice like Charles Heston, but something will happen. You'll come across an article. All of a sudden there's a TV show on. Somehow, God will show up and show off and let you know that A, he is the creator and architect of all that we see, and that 2, no matter how far you've strayed, he has not forgotten you. And like the prodigal son, every day he stands at the end of the driveway watching to see if today is the day you return home. Let's go to the markets, guys. We got a lot of work to get done and a short time to get it done in. We are going to go straight to our Concierge Trade Alerts. We're going to start out with the S&P 500. Last night, because it was Sunday night, Globex opens at 6 p.m. Eastern. I was able to get the alerts out by 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We were looking to be buyers of the S&P at 2168. This vertical line represents the time I sent the alerts out. So now, let's go find 2168. Okay. Buy 2168. Okay. I'm going to try this one more time. Nailed it. Hey, look, Ma, I typed the number 1 in only 3 tries. All right. Now, if you've spent time with me in personal mentoring as a Concierge Trade Alert client, you know where to place your stop. You also know when the risk is too great and when to walk away. I teach you these things. On this first trigger, the alert, the stop loss would be acceptable to many people. Was that stop loss ever stopped out across here? The answer is no. Now, some as soon as they had their 2 points for the day, might have just took it and said, it's been a long night. I'm going to bed. Or some might have woke up fresh this morning and took the opportunity that had the least amount of risk. And now you're walking on sunshine. We got a swing high at 21.82 1/4. So we're just going to use 82 minus 68, and we've got a 14-point move. $14 points available per contract. Okay? Now, the S&P 500 pays $50 per point. So that would be a $700 per contract move. If you put your indicators on this chart, because you wanted to know where your exit was, I mean, boy, this zone-to-zone move was just fabulous. And these are last week's zones. Okay? That's the carryover effect of the zones. Now, you'll notice that the step line gets on the south side of the MA1. We're in a long trade, so we're looking for green candles. This red candle doesn't bother us because the step line price is still on the north face of the MA1. But price is now on the south face of the MA1. You've got MA1, step line, and a close that is in the opposing direction of the trade. And so that tells you to the tick, exit the trade at 21.7975. 21.7975. So being conservative, I'm just going to roll that down to 21.79. And it becomes basically a zone-to-zone trade. So I'm going to take 21.79, going to subtract 21.68, and that 14 points becomes 11 points available per contract. Okay? 11 points available per contract. That's if you use the indicators to tell you where to take your exit. So quite a day for the S&P. Let's take a look at the Dow. Typically what we see in the S&P, we also see in the Dow. Spread it out. Okay, and again last night. Yes, Ken, as a matter of fact, what I can do is I will type into the chat box the link that takes you to the page that gets into price and also gets into the trial that you can take. So stand by and I'll grab you that link. Just stand by. And here it comes. Come on. I got a lot of windows open. My kids would scold me good fashion if they came in and saw all these. Okay. Concierge Trade Alerts. So I am putting into the chat box right now, and I'm hitting send to all. Okay. That page will tell you about the Concierge Trade Alerts. It will also give you an opportunity to take advantage of a special price. It will also give you an opportunity to take a 5-day free trial, and you get 5 consecutive days. So you're saying, well, shoot, Monday's already passed, so if I start on Tuesday, I'll only get 4 days. Not true. You'll still get 5 trading days, okay? Now, after 3 or 4, you might say, I've already made up my mind, I'm going to take advantage of the special. You can do that. That's entirely up to you. But you have the link. It's got the price. Now, the price, I believe, that's quoted on that page is the quarterly price. We do have an annual rate. A lot of our subscribers said, hey, man, I keep paying you quarterly for this. Can't you cut me a deal on an annual rate? And so we did. And the annual rate actually saves you $1,000. You get 8 markets every night, 2 trades per market. Okay? All right, so let's move on with the S&P. You're very welcome. My pleasure to help. Let's get back to the Dow. And again, I was on top of things, and I got them out at 7:30. So 12 and 7 is 1930. Let's go find 1930. That's going to be that candle right there. Big green candle. I also typically will put in a right there. 28, 26th. Okay, so that long tail. This yellow arrow represents the Sunday night Globex Open. This red candle was the close on Friday. This was the open last night. Okay? Now these markets, these future markets rarely sleep. They snooze from time to time. The S&P can be traded around the clock, gold, crude, even the euro to a degree. Some markets are best traded during regular trading hours, such as the Russell. Soybeans, as I've demonstrated on numerous occasions, because that guy that hates me for some reason, I don't know why, he says I've misled you by telling you that soybeans have enough volatility that you can. I went through all this crap on, stuff on Friday. I'm not going to go through it again. I don't need him to bring me down. Okay. Keep in mind these are, and now last week I broke out the new weekly zones on Wednesday. None of the partners complain. And because they're my zones and I give them to my partners as a way of saying thanks for their loyalty, I could give the zones anytime I want, but I have respect for my partners, for the members of our community. And that's why I typically don't post them until Thursday. So as much as I'm itching to show you how good they're doing, I have to restrain myself, and typically it's Thursday before I post them. Okay. By the way, this is Ed Corey Thursday. So tomorrow we may have with us Garrett Jones. I never know about him. I can't keep him on a short enough leash. Wednesday, Wayne Jett will be here. Thursday will be Ed Corey. He's as reliable as a Rolex. And on Friday, Chris Robinson of the Robinson Review should be returning. somebody's sending me an, oh, I know who that is, but I can't take time to call him right now. Interesting how when he calls me, he always leaves a voicemail, but my phone never rings. Is there a trick to doing that? Is there a way to call somebody and leave a voicemail without their phone ringing? Is there like some kind of app you can get or software? Because I can see instances where that would be, I don't know, beneficial. You don't really want to talk to them, and they're not answering your texts, so you could man up and just call them, but you'd like to leave a voicemail so that you know they got it. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, folks, email tracking software, it's not like it used to be. In the early days of Outlook Express, you could send an email and put a tracker on it. However, when your recipient got the email, it said the sender of this email is tracking the email to make sure you got it. Click here if you're willing to let him know you got the email. Well, it's now stealth mail, and I have a tracking system. I talk to people all the time. I've emailed them about whatever your bills due. I was like, hey, hi, Joe, I sent you an email the other day. Oh, I never got that. Okay. I pull up my little thing here. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I want you to be honest. And I can see that not only did you get the email, you opened it. I see the time that you opened it. And now I can also see every time that you've gone back and opened it again. So not only, you're telling me you didn't get the email, but not only did you get it, you read it, you went back and read it again, and then you went back and read it again. Now today we're having a phone conversation and you're telling me, I never got that email. You know what? I understand that life happens and sometimes we feel put on the spot. I forgive you. I don't get bent out of shape. I don't throw it in their face. Oh, you're telling me a lie. You opened it on this day at this time. I don't do that. I just say, oh, okay, let me send it again. And they go, oh, yeah, I got it that time. Came right in. Okay, no problem. But be warned that if you are sent an email by your bank or by a bill collector or by anyone of any importance, okay, they could have a silent email tracker attached to that email. And it's not going to ask your permission like it did in the old days. They're just going to know. Now, probably the really scary part is this software is free. I'm not going to disclose the name of it. I'm not going to tell you where to get it. If it's of importance to you, you'll find it. I have no doubt. Don't pay money for it, though, because it's available free. Okay, let's take a look at the Dow. We got our vertical line. The Dow said, let me scrunch this up a little bit. It looks a little too big. All right, on the Dow, we're looking to buy 18,415. 18,415. That's going to be right about here. Or not. It's going to be in the neighborhood. Now on Sunday nights, be warned, I send out the, well, these are old zones anyway. I send out the Concierge Trade Alerts before I do the weekly trading zones. So typically during the course of a week, trading zones and Concierge Trade Alerts will not conflict, okay? I double check. Doesn't mean I can't make a mistake or make an error, but for the most part, they don't conflict. Okay, which one's higher? Okay, that would be you. Buy 18. See, it's just so much better when I have this week's zones up there because I can show you how it went, you know, zone to zone and stuff like that. But when I'm using last week's zones, it does show you the carryover power of the zones, which is not too shabby. Now, Michael and I, we used to actually track that, but man, it got to where we had so many lines on our chart, we were starting to head back in the other direction before we learned the less is more concept, and so we stopped tracking them. I still track them because I've got them on my chart. Well, I shouldn't say that because I don't always have them on my chart anymore, but I'm going to get better at that. But look at how we've consolidated today. We had a hot knife through butter, but that's an old zone. Look at this consolidation. Now, I'm not going to disclose the number, but I'm just going to take a peek at my sheet, and I'm going to see if that's an area where we would expect the market to consolidate. Oh, wait till you see this on Thursday. It will blow your mind. Okay, we went from 18,415 to a swing high of 503. So let's do some fast math on the calculators so we can get her done. 503 minus 415. 88 points. I don't know if you guys have half as much fun as I do every day working, but you should. If trading doesn't make you happy, go find something that does. I'm serious. Life's too short. Go find something that you're passionate about. Something that when you're doing it, time just loses its meaning. Don't neglect your family. Don't neglect your wife and your kids, something I've been guilty of. And I'm trying to be a better husband and a better father. But all things, you know, in all things in good measure. Okay. So 88 points. The Dow pays $5 per point. So let's go times 5, and we got $440 per contract in a pretty straight move. I don't think I need to even put the indicators on there, but I will. Just because. Yeah. See, right there. The indicator set told you to get out of this trade right on that candle. When that candle closed below the step line, and the step line was on the south side of the MA1. Now, could we see a leg and a retrace and a continuation of the leg? Yeah, we could. Does that mean we'll leave some on the table? Yeah. But if you got out, if you got in when the alert told you to get in, and you got out when the indicators told you to get out, that's a $440. Well, no, because I haven't calculated the, excuse me for one moment, please. All right, I'm sorry, but Michael's over there blowing up my phone during the live radio show. He knows I'm running the studio by myself, but he just wanted to reach out and tell me he loved me. So, and if you believe that. Okay, so it was the close of this red candle where the indicators told us to get out, and the closing price was $4.98. Okay, so I'm going to do a little calculator magic. 498 minus 415, 83. So if you had waited for the indicators to tell you to exit the trade, you would have had 83 points available per contract. Okay? It's not a bad day's work. Okay? If you're trading one contract times $5 per point, that's 415 bucks. Now, I've walked you through how it's possible to be at 4 contracts inside of 6 months. If you follow the rules and do everything right, it's not a promise, but it's a possibility. Okay? So let's say you're at that 4 contract level and you just hit your 6-month mark. So you take this 415 and you multiply that times 4. Wow, that's 1,600 bucks. $1,660. Now that's before commissions. Now this is the Dow. The Dow with our broker, Daniel's Trading, the current round turn charge for that trade is $5.80. So here's what you do, is if you take 4 contracts, let me write down this 1660 number so I don't forget that. Okay, let me clear my calculator. Now, $5.80 round turn commission per trade. The indices, the S&P, the Dow, the Russell, and the NASDAQ, those are all, the last time I checked, $5.80. I just trust my statement, whatever it says, because I know they're good guys. So $5.80 times, you're at 4 contracts now. So that means every time you put on a trade, it's going to cost you $23.20. But you said it was $5.80 round turn. That's per contract. So $5.80 times 4 is $23.20. So let's say that today was an average day for you, and even though you had this, one and done trade, let's say you went about it a different way and you struggled a little bit, and let's see what it would be like if it took you 5 trades to reach your daily goal, or to reach this goal. 5 times 23, 20. It's $116. Okay. So you take 1660 and minus 116, and you're left with a net of 1544. Okay. Now, let's say that you're not doing Concierge Trade Alerts. Let's say you're just trading the way we trade in the live trading room every day. Let's say that it takes you 10 trades every day to make your $100 per contract per day. Does that mean you're bad? No. A poor trader? No. Does it mean you're human? Yes. Is there a chance someday it'll get better? Could. But what if it doesn't? What if you're doomed to making 10 trades a day for the rest of your life to make $100 per contract. Well, the good news is you'll still graduate as a 20 contract trader in 24 months. It just means that when you get there, you'll have a smaller account size than the guy who was able to make his $100 a day on average in 5 trades a day versus you who took the whole 10. Okay? But the good news is you're both profitable. Now, let's take a look at this. Now this is going to chap your hide. You're going to go, wait a minute, I'm not going to do that. Well, maybe you are, maybe you aren't. If you don't follow the rules, I can tell you you aren't. But let's say you worked your way up to the 20 contracts and it was still taking you 10 trades every day to reach your daily goal. Okay, let's do some math. 580 per round turn per contract times 20 contracts times 10 trades equals $1,160. That's how much you owe in commissions. Now, if you made $100 per contract and you graduated, you've earned your way to the 20 contract level, that means your gross for the day was $2,000. Now, we're going to minus the commission figure, 2,000 minus 1,160 equals $840. So some people look at that and they go, huh, there's no way I'm going to work all day and only make $840 when the fat cat broker makes $1,160. Well, number one, he's not a fat cat. And number one, contrary to popular belief, not all doctors and or brokers in America are rich. Okay? The broker works for his living just like you do. Now, hopefully it's not going to take you 10 trades every day to make your $100. But if it does, let's just say you got the curse of the mediocre on you and it's going to take you 10 trades every stinking day. Okay, that means you're going to net out $840 a day after your commissions. Well, if that happened on a 5-day week, that's a take-home, before taxes of course, of $4,200. Now, I don't know if you make $4,200 a week at your current job or not. Maybe you make more than that. I don't know. I don't need to know. I'm just saying that when I trade, I'm going to put commission in somebody's pocket. It can be a perfect stranger. It can be someone who's always too busy to come to the phone and talk to me, so I have to talk to an assistant or an underling, or God forbid somebody in a call center in a third world country who's thumbing through a manual because I can hear them turn the page while I'm trapped in an account trying to get untrapped. Are you with me? You see, this man and woman they call Bert and Leslie. I think it's kind of cute that his name is Burton Schlichter and her name is Leslie Burton. But anyway, no relation. They are the dynamic duo of Emini Futures. When you call their office toll-free at 866-928-3310, guess who answers the phone? It's going to blow your mind. You better sit down. Bert or Leslie actually answers the phone. Now, if it's an emergency, they'll deal with it right away. But if it's just, you know, you got a question, you need some help, if they have another call, they'll say, hey, I'm on a line. I'll get right back to you. May I put you on hold? And you say, yes, ma'am, or yes, sir, because you represent CFRN, and we represent a higher authority. And so we always conduct ourselves in a manner befitting who we represent. Okay? Okay. When they come back on the phone, you're going to be dealing with one of the nicest people you've ever met, whether it's Bert or Leslie. Not only are they brokers, they also trade every day. So they understand when you called. If there's angst in your voice, they know your pain. If there's elation in your voice, they feel your joy. They will help you with whatever your issue or problem is. Now, you may have a different broker. You may use NinjaTrader, and that's perfectly fine. I'm sure you found some kind of way to develop your relationship with them. We use Bert and Leslie at Daniel's Trading because they have gone out of their way to help the CFRN traders. Bert has done webinars and classes, and oh my goodness, the hours they've spent on the phone with clients, helping them set up charts and get their indicators indicating. Oftentimes, people who don't even know what a chart is or a candlestick, I wouldn't even know where to begin in that conversation, but Leslie does. She can take a person who has never seen a chart before. She can help them put one together with live data, and she can explain to them what it all means. Now, does that mean she can teach you to trade, you know, in one phone call? No. Can the late night infomercial guy teach you to trade in 5 days? No. Well, it costs $7 grand, he better. Well, you see, it doesn't matter if it costs 70 grand. It's impossible to learn how to trade in 5 days. That's why we have a 90-day mentoring program. Oh, so it takes 90 days to learn how to trade. Not what I said. What I said was we have a 90-day mentoring program. We think that's enough time for you to learn the one trade setup, the one set of indicators, the one time frame, the one everything with one little variation that we're going to teach you. Not only is it time for you to, is that enough time for you to learn it, but there's enough time for you to put it into use and become a live trader before your 90 days is up. Okay? Now, once your 90 days is up, we don't kick you to the curb. For a minimal monthly fee, you can stay attached to the hip for eternity. For as long as there is a CFRN, you can be a partner. And again, it is a minimal monthly fee. I've gotten a bit off track, but that's kind of how I roll now, isn't it? It's time to move on to another market because we've done about all the damage we can do to the Dow. It was a beautiful day, whether you got out at the swing high, which is impossible, Nobody gets out at the exact swing high. If you're brand new, you're trading with a hard target, which means once you hit your 20 points, you're done for the day. Put the mouse away, go embrace life. The sooner you learn to put the mouse away and go embrace life, the sooner you'll find yourself reaching your daily goal every day. God did not create you to sit and stare at that computer screen all day. Now, because Michael and I have about 4 income streams that are tied to trading, we spend more time than the average person staring at the screens. But you, as the individual trader, I can't express enough. Don't do it. 1, it will affect your eyesight, especially if you have monitors at different resolutions and different distances from where you sit. Because your eyes are like a pair of binoculars or a camera. Every time you go to a different screen, they got to focus in. And then when I go back to my 47-inch flat panel on the wall, they got to focus out, you know. And that puts a lot of wear and tear on the eyes. Don't do it, okay? Come in, get your points, put the mouse away. Now, I do hope you'll hang out or come back for the radio show, but the radio show, you can listen to it from anywhere. You're on the road, you're at the coffee shop, you know, you're in the waiting room at your doctor's office, put your earbuds in, ask the receptionist for the password to the Wi-Fi because you don't want to run up your bill, and then use a third-party app, or just go to our homepage and click Listen Live Now, and bang, it's like you were there. If you use the GoToWebinar app, it is like you were there because you can see the charts. Okay, so let's move on to the Russell. I guess we'll move on to the bonds because that's the next one in order here. Okay, so this looks like last night's open, and it is. So we put a little arrow because we'll refer back to this point several times as the week progresses. Now, does somebody in the audience want to say that from the looks of this chart, we made a whole lot of money in bonds last night? ZBU5 by 170.24. Well, let's just see about that. I've seen better, but I've seen worse. Okay, buy 170.24. Buy 170.24. Okay. Now, we did not drop our vertical line. 1930. Right there. Right there. Okay. $19.30. Okay. So price was rising as the email came out. Triggered. Now, bonds pay $31.25 a tick. If there was ever a walkaway, ever, this was it. What does that mean? It means it's a trade that, based upon the training that I give you, as a Concierge Trade Alert client, you would not even dream of taking that trade. Well, it triggered, yeah, but the risk is not worth the potential reward. Because we know what the risk is. We don't know what the reward side is. People tickle me when they talk about risk reward. That's like they live in some kind of fantasy world. It's probably unicorns and stuff. Because you don't know what the reward side is. Are you psychic or psychotic? Which is it? I don't know. Anyway, now, we triggered again right here. Is that a taker? Depends on your risk profile. Did you get stopped out? Was this a taker? Oh yeah. Does that violate your risk profile? If it does, you should not be trading bonds. Okay? Swing high, 172.05. Oh, this is going to be fun. I love days like this. 171.24. We got us a gee whiz on our hands. I actually thought we had more than that, but that's what happens when I start thinking. Okay, this is $1,000 per contract. Now let me tell you why. Bonds pay $31.25 per tick. There's 32 ticks in a point. So when price goes from 170.24 to 171.24, that's 1 point. And that's $1,000 per contract. If it were to keep climbing and go to 72.24, that would be $2,000 per contract. Now, we have a rule of thumb that says anytime you make $1,000 per day in one contract, in one instrument, you make $1,000 per contract. Get up and get away. Run like you stole it. You didn't steal it. You didn't win it. You earned it. You earned it, and you may feel so high and mighty, so proud of yourself, that you're going to sit down and make another grand. Not so fast. Take the money and go. All right? If you're at one contract, awesome. That's a great living. If you're at 4 contracts, even nicer. That's 20 grand a week before commissions. But if you're a new trader, I recommend you pick something other than bonds. Okay? Let the experienced guys deal with this stuff that's $31.25 per tick. Now today was pretty much, like a straight shot, but seriously, pick something other than bonds in the beginning. If you want to trade them in sim, I can't stop you. But I'm begging you, don't go live on bonds. A lot of guys do because they're like, man, that pays, I only got to get 4 ticks. Okay. Well, the pendulum swings both ways. Please remember that. And so, as the market giveth, so can it taketh away. Okay. Oh, I got a whole lot of ground to cover, don't I? Better get moving. All right, that's going to be last night's open. Bang. These are last week's zones. Current CFRN partners had the new zones in their inbox this morning at 6:15 a.m. Eastern. Okay. All right. 7:30, so we got to drop our line at 19:30. Right there, first green candle. Might have some two-sided action on this crude. Okay. By 47.40, sell 46.90. 47.40 hasn't happened. 46.90 did happen. Okay. So we're looking to sell 46.90. Okay. Okay. All right. Zero in here. Really? 46.93. Was that? No, that's not right. I don't do business like that. GCLV. Sell 46.90. You can do this, Dwayne. You've been doing it for years. But this is another reason why I should probably do the zones before I send the alerts out, but hey, I was watching last week's zones, so as you can see. So our first move down is to 46.78, so that's going to be 12 ticks available. How many ticks do you need to be done for the day? 10. Crude pays $10 per point. Okay. So our next move down was to 46.66. 90 minus 66. Could do it in your head. But then people would think you were just showing off. So well, I wouldn't want that now, would I? I wouldn't really. Now, why does that guy hate me so much? I am so lovable. God. Must be some kind of inferiority complex or something. I'm sorry if he can't trade. 90 minus 62. I would offer to teach him, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't want my help. It's not that hard. If he could afford it, I would take him as a private student, but I don't think he can afford it. So 4690 to 90 minus 71. Come on, Dwayne, you can do this in your head. It's 19. Okay. All right. So that's it for crude oil. You know, I thought we were going to have some home run action here, but there's so much for me in my thinking. The day's not over. It's pretty close, though. Ah, gosh, it's already 3:30. Man, somebody's dreams ain't coming true today. Keep a stiff upper lip, Mr. D. You've still got tomorrow and a whole lot of other days to face. All right, let's find the opening last night. That's it right there. Highlight it with a yellow arrow. Okay. And when's the last time I wrote soybeans? If you guys would make me drag that over every day, but just take a second. Because I got to start posting some charts. I haven't posted any charts in a long time. And that used to aggravate me to no end. I'd get an email from somebody in August, and they would show me about some hotshot trade they did in March. I'm like, all right, well, is this the first good trade you've had since March? I mean, it might be a good program, but I'm looking for, I'm a frequent flyer. I need a little more for my money. So I always wonder about that. So I know I've got some web pages that have some old charts on them, like the Concierge Trade Alert. Those charts need to be, some fresh charts need to be put on there. Gosh, I have, I'm thankful I have a job. Repeat after me. I'm thankful I have a job. Repeat after me. I'm thankful I have a job. Okay. CSX6 buy 970. Let me show you so you know I'm not funning you. At the very bottom, buy 970, sell 59. Okay. 59 never happened. So all we can be focused on is selling 970. Which is right here. Now with soybeans, you need buy 970, okay. You need 2 points. It's just like the S&P. $12.50 per tick, 4 ticks to a point, $50 a point. 2 points gives you your $100 per contract per day. So soybeans opened last night. Here, they pull back, they make a run, and so 30 minutes, an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours in, that's going to make it about 9:30 last night. We trigger, and we run up to 974. Okay, that's 4 points. That's double what you need. 4 points available per contract at $50 per point. Okay, That's that story. Okay, then you get this. Okay, is this a trade I would have taken? Yes. Is this a trade I would have gotten stopped out on? Yes. Now, let me just say this. If you took this trade and you got your goal for the day and you're trading the 2420 blueprint, you don't have any business being in this trade. Am I right? I'm either right or I'm not. Maybe you don't trade at night. Okay? So the swing high of this candle was 71.50. ARG. Not sure how many R's there are in ARG, but this went 1.5 points. You need 2. Okay? So you either got it over here, you didn't get it here, and you maybe got some of it over here. Okay? So I'm going to make it 1.5 points. Okay. Let's just squash that. 100, you got 1.5 points or stop out. I'm not afraid to show you the trades that didn't work out. That's part of trading. I wrote an article, The Truth About Emini Futures Trading. Just Google CFRN, The Truth About Emini Futures Trading. And you'll understand, hopefully, how you can never escape being stopped out. People spend years of their life, tens if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on gurus and indicators and oscillators and, oh my Lord, stuff that have fib numbers attached to it. That's a real big, but you can always hook them if you throw a fib number in there. None of it's going to work. The best trader on the best day will be profitable 7 out of 10 trades. That's the best guy. With a lot of training and the fast equipment and the great news feed and all that stuff. But yet here you are. You don't know a candlestick from a bar chart, and you're going to do better than that. You're going to do 10 out of 10. It can't happen. I'm just telling you. It's like looking for a black cat in the dark that doesn't exist. Don't do it. Don't put yourself through that. Don't ruin your family life. Your family needs you. All right. Where did we open up these markets last night? 828. Yeah. Boy, I sure will be glad when the new season of Chicago Fire starts up. I like that program. And Chicago PD and Chicago Med. Man, that's good TV. If you're not watching those programs, you are missing out. 1930. Big green candle. Okay. Got it? That's when the alerts went out. Okay. Okay, who's ring-a-ding in my... Oh. Guys, I might need to take this. Hang on one second. Well, my apology, that wasn't the extremely important call I was waiting on. Well, tell me more about your radio show. I can't. It's a live show, and and I really need to get back to my audience. Well, can I call you Wednesday at 2? Yes, please, by all means. Call me. All right, NASDAQ, what are we doing here? Goodness. NQ, buy 47.90. All right. I'll take some of that. That just reminded me, I had another really important call that should have come in by now today. Has the world forgotten me? Am I a has-been? Am I all washed up? Because of what that dude said. Oh, I don't know if you've Googled his name, but that's an eye-opener. All right, buy 47.90. Okay. 47.90. The first push took us to 47.99.50. That's 9.5 points. How many points do you need? 5. Why? Because the NASDAQ pays $20 per point. So 20 times 5 gives you your $100 per contract per day. 9.5 points available per contract. Okay. And then, of course, important prices, important areas are almost always tested. You thought I'd go all day without saying that, didn't you? Come, silly rabbit. Swing high. 48.05.75. Well, that's a lot. I better use a calculator. No, come on. 47.90 to 48.05. That's 15. It's 15.75. I guess the coffee's finally kicking in. I have to start getting up at 3 in the morning, drinking coffee so that I can be awake by the time the show starts. But the only problem is I usually don't go to bed till 3. So I'll meet myself in the hallway. I'll pass myself in the hallway. Let's see, future Dwayne is getting up and past Dwayne is going to bed. Yeah, I don't think I can survive for long at that pace. At least that's what my wife keeps saying. She's pretty smart like that, so I gotta slow down. And I've given up on better living through chemistry. That is not the answer. Trust me, it just isn't. If you ever need to talk about that, I assure you, an anonymity. So you know how to get a hold of me. It's 15.75. Do you know that more people are killed each year by oxycodone than are killed by automobiles? That's a true story. I didn't know that. You know, that drug probably gained its most popularity when the big radio show host Rush Limbaugh had a problem. He was buying from his maid's husband, I think it was. That was the connection. He would meet him in a parking lot and make his score. And, you know, the reason the pharmaceuticals are so attractive is because of the quality control. Except now they're starting to make the fake ones, I hear. That's what the headlines say. And so you never, supposedly the last big shipment of heroin that was brought into the country was cut with elephant tranquilizer. Now, how many overdoses is that going to result in? I mean, something has got to be done about this. I mean, now my stepmother had chronic back pain for 4 years from an automobile accident. They've tried everything. They've stuck pins in her like acupuncture. $315 per contract. Per contract available. Okay. And I mean, they give her, you know, some of these pills, and she's not one to become addicted. And if it says take, you know, 1 pill every 4 hours, she actually takes 1 every 4 hours, unlike the addict who takes 4 every 1 hour, you know. And she just suffers. I mean, I called her yesterday. I could just tell she was in so much pain. It's hard to believe we can put men on the moon, we can mine for precious metals on the moon, we can move tennis balls on a computer screen by wearing a stinking headband, but we can't fix a chronic back problem. And they want to operate, but you know, but they say once they cut into your back, forget about it. Your quality of life is never going to be the same. Now, that's what I'm told. I don't know. I know that as a kid, when I was a kid, they cut into my mother's back, and she was never the same. So, Dr. Jesus, heal Saul. All right, so the NASDAQ first move up gave us 9.5 points. NASDAQ pays $20 a point. We only need 5 points to meet our daily goal. First run up, 9.5 available. Then we pull back below the trigger. Off we go again. This time we get 15 3/4 points, and that's $315 per contract available. Now you might say, well, 300, that's not a bad living. No, it's not. And when you get yourself up to those 4 contracts in 6 months, 3 times 4, 12. Some people don't make $1,200 a month. And we're talking about a person could actually make that in a day. Is that true? Well, I'll tell you what's true. Trading is risky. You can lose all of your money and then some. You should consult with, and you will have to consult with, a licensed investment professional to even open a brokerage account. And they're going to ask you all kind of questions about your finances and your background, and you're this and you're that, because they want to make sure that you have the financial wherewithal to trade, make these trades, and that you're not, you know, trying to pay next month's rent by quickly opening an account and learning how to trade really fast and putting together the money, because it don't work that way. I wish it did. I wish I could teach you to trade in 5 minutes. I mean, 5 days, like the guy on late night TV promises people. Do you know how many of his students we have? A lot. Okay? They paid the $7,000. They went to his 5-day school. He tried to upsell them to another 5-day school for another $7,000. They said, nah, sorry, pal. And they came to us and they said, you know, we just got burned for $7 grand. We actually learned some stuff, but we still don't know how to, you know, put on and take off trades and actually make money. We're smarter than we were a week ago, but we're not traders. Will you help us? And so they're actually some of our best students. They really are. Because they did get that basic education that a person needs. And so I just wish they didn't have to pay $7 grand for it. I think I'm going to try to figure out an introductory course for our students, for students that just really need to learn the basics first. you know, something relatively inexpensive. They go to school online about 3 hours a day for a week. That'll give them 15 hours of, you know, learning what a candlestick is and a bar chart and all these other kinds of things. And I just got to find somebody to teach that class, because in case you haven't noticed, I'm running short on hours per day. HPD. I don't have enough HPD. Okay. Apparently I do, because God created it all and he probably figured it out ahead of time, I'm guessing. Because he could have made 23 hours in a day, or 25, but he made 24. Or did he? You know, time is a man-made thing. Eternity is a God thing. This 24-hour shot clock we race against every day, it's a man-made thing. Think about it. Okay, there's the Russell. 7:30, 19:30, where are you? Big green candle. Notice how on all of the indices I said big green candle each time. Hopefully that's teaching you a little something about the indices and how they can and often do move together. Not in lockstep on a tick chart or range chart, but say on a 30-minute chart, that kind of thing. You can often, I mean, I said it on the Dow, I said it on the S&P, I said it on the NASDAQ, and I just said it on the Russell. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All right. We're almost done, which is good because I have a mentoring session coming up. Russell, buy 1240, sell 32. 32 never happened, as you can see. So that means all we had left to do was to buy 1240. Buy 1240. Now, there is something a little unusual going on with the markets today, because how many times, I mean, every one of we've had, you know, profitable trade after profitable trade, but how many times today have you heard me say important prices, important areas are almost always tested? See, we complained for a while about there being no follow-through, right? Remember? The high here was 39.90. That was the high of this candle, so it didn't touch where we were buying, which is 1240. Buy 1240. Okay. All right. Again, these are last week's zones. We're going to have to abbreviate that too. LWZ. LWZ. Okay. All right. From 1240, this first little push-up took us to 44.20. That's $420 per contract available. Now, if you're trading 4 contracts, if you're trading 1 contract, you are so done for the day at $420, okay? Now, if you've graduated the program and you dance to the beat of your own drummer at this point. And truly, that's our goal is that we work ourselves out of a job. You no longer need us. You read the charts. You own the indicator set for life. You know how to use it. And we hope you'll still send us Christmas cards and drop by and say hi now and then, be a part of the radio show. But ultimately, we want you to just be free. Free to earn, free to live wherever you want. Wherever you have ever wanted to live, if they've got fast, robust internet connection there, you can work there just as easily as you can work wherever you are now. Now, I'm not encouraging you to quit your day job. I'll never, ever, ever, ever do that. Not even if you call up and beg me for my approval. I won't give it to you. Because I don't know your situation. That is a decision made between you, God, your spouse, and your CPA. Dwayne Reeves has no business in that conversation. 1248. So that's 8 points. That's $800 per contract available. Okay? Nobody gets out at the exact swing high or the exact swing low on these type of trades, because we trail our stop and we get stopped out on the pullback. Does that mean we leave some on the table? Yes. Sometimes do we leave half on the table? Yes. Does that bother us in the beginning? Of course it does. We're only human. Do we train ourselves to get over it and not let it bother us? You have to if you're going to succeed, okay? If you can't train yourself to not get wigged out by a stop out, you're not going to make it for the long term. Read that article, The Truth About Emini Futures Trading. Okay? All right. So, see, the reason I put this here at this swing high is because if you're trailing your stop, you may have got taken out right here. Maybe you got taken out with 300. I don't know. Whatever it is you got taken out with, you got taken out. It did not come back and reset. Typically, we see these trades reset over and over and over throughout the course of the day, but on this day, that didn't happen. If, however, you were trading for a bigger target, for whatever reason, this is what the market made available. Okay? Last has an A in it. The last time I checked. I made a pun. All right. We've done the NQ. We've done the Russell. We've done soybeans. We've done crude oil. We've done bonds. We've done gold. We've done the YM. We've done the S&P. We've covered it all, wall to wall. So that's going to look weird. Okay. So my mentoring session is just like moments away. So let me look at the chat box. I got to run, dash. My candles are compacted. How do I increase their height? Jay, here's what you do. Left click. Number one, double left click in the price column and see if that helps. Okay, if that doesn't fix it, hold down the shift key and spin your mouse wheel. You can make them taller. Then you got to roll them back into view. You can make them shorter. Now, if they're compacted the other way, left click in the middle of the screen, hold down the shift key, and spin your mouse key. You can literally make them any size you want. But if they just got compacted on you, double click. And if they got super compacted, you've probably got a drawing object or a text object somewhere. Click right here, select all. See how it just lit everything up like a Christmas tree? And then hit delete. Now keep in mind, it's going to delete everything but your price candles. If you've got indicators running, they'll keep running, but anything that you've drawn in, written in, etc., it's going to take it out. Now, let's see if I can escape my way out of this mess. Okay, good, I did. Let's see. Okay, I think I got all the questions, guys. I tried to answer a lot of them in the chat box by typing stuff in. Sometimes that's why I get a little distracted, and I apologize. Continue to pray for the people of Louisiana. We have one of our partners in that parish, and they are suffering. They need our prayers. Father, we pray for the people in Louisiana. Dear God, by the power of your Holy Spirit, we just pray divine healing upon the land, upon the people. Send them the help that they need. Not the help that will take advantage of them, not the help that will make matters worse, but the true help that only you can send. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, guys. I gotta go. I thank you so much for tuning in today. Whoever you are, wherever you are, may God continue to richly bless you with his mercy and with his grace. And I'll see you at the bell.
Remember this, there is no greater return on investment than to see a human life changed and given hope. As always, pray hard and trade safe. Any financial information discussed on this show is simply the opinion of our host, Dwayne Reeves, his co-host, and guest. To learn more about trading Emini Futures or to take a 1-week free trial in our live trading room, call 1-866-928-3310. 866-928-3310. Information discussed on this radio program should not be construed as a recommendation to buy or sell any security. Always do your own due diligence and consult with a licensed securities broker or financial planner before making any investment decision.